Welcome, my brilliant learners. Today, you're not just studying grammar, you're unlocking the power to speak about yesterday with clarity, today with confidence, and tomorrow with vision. By the end of this lesson, you will understand how present, past, and future truly connect, and you'll feel the shift in your speaking. Stay with me, stay focused, and let's transform confusion into control, because once you master time in English, you master your message. Chapter 1. Understanding Future. Let me start by asking you something very simple but very powerful. When you think about tomorrow, what do you see? Do you see a plan, a hope, a promise, a dream? Maybe you see yourself waking up early. Maybe you see yourself finishing a project. Maybe you see yourself becoming more confident in English. That vision in your mind, that picture of something that has not happened yet, is what we call the future. Before we even touch grammar rules, before we talk about structures like will or going to, we must first understand what the future really means in communication. The future is not just a tense, it is a way of expressing intention, expectation, arrangement, prediction, and possibility. It is how we talk about what is coming next in our lives. Now, here is something that surprises many learners from the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and many other regions. English does not have just one future tense. Many students grow up thinking future means will. They memorize subject, will, verb, and they believe that is the whole story. But English is not that simple, and that is actually good news. English gives us flexibility. English allows us to express different shades of meaning about the future. Sometimes we are making a quick decision, sometimes we already made a plan, sometimes we are talking about a schedule, sometimes we are predicting something based on evidence. Each of these situations feels slightly different, and English reflects that difference. This is where we must understand the difference between time and tense. Time is about when something happens, past, present, or future. Tense is about the grammatical structure we use to express that time. These are not the same thing. The future is a time, but there is no single future tense form like there is for past simple or present simple. Instead, English uses different structures to talk about future time. That means we must pay attention not only to grammar, but to context. Context decides structure. Meaning decides structure. Communication decides structure. Let me give you some practical examples that you may already know. If I say, I will call you, I am using will to talk about something that has not happened yet. If I say, I am meeting her tomorrow, I am using the present continuous, but the meaning is future. If I say, the train leaves at 6 p.m., I am using the present simple, but again, the meaning is future. And if I say, it is going to rain, I am using going to express a prediction. 4 different structures, 1 future time reference. This is why understanding future in English requires awareness before memorization. Let us slow down and think about real life. Why do we talk about the future? We talk about plans. I am going to start exercising next week. We talk about predictions. I think technology will change education. We talk about promises. I will always support you. We talk about arrangements. I am meeting my friend at 7. We talk about schedules. The flight departs at 9 a.m. We talk about goals. By next year, I will have finished my degree. Every one of these sentences is about something that has not happened yet, but the structure changes depending on the situation. Now I want you to notice something important. English does not rely only on tense to talk about the future. Sometimes we use modal verbs, like will, which is actually a modal verb. Modal verbs express ideas like intention, possibility, willingness, or certainty. Will often expresses decision or promise. On the other hand, going to expresses intention or evidence-based prediction. Present continuous expresses arranged plans. Present simple expresses fixed schedules. So when we talk about the future in English, we are really choosing between tools. Each tool has a purpose. Here is where many beginners get confused. They think will is the only future form. So they say, the train will leave at 6 p.m. even when it is a fixed schedule. Or they say, I will meet her tomorrow even though the meeting was already arranged. Is it always wrong? Not always, but it can change the meaning slightly. English speakers choose structures carefully, sometimes without even thinking about it. That is what we want for you. Not fear, not memorization, but awareness and confidence. Let us practice mentally together. Look at this sentence. I study English every day. That is present simple. Now change the time expression. I study English tomorrow. Does that sound correct? No. Something feels wrong. Why? Because the context changed. Now it is future time, so we must adjust the structure. We can say, I will study English tomorrow if we are making a decision now, or we can say, I am studying English tomorrow if it is already arranged. The time expression tells us that the action is in the future, but the meaning tells us which structure to choose. Try another example. She works at 9 a.m. That is present simple. But if we say, she works at 9 a.m. tomorrow, suddenly it becomes a scheduled future event. That is correct English. Present simple can talk about future when it is a timetable or schedule. This is one of the biggest beginner confusions. Present tense does not always mean present time. English is flexible. And once you understand this flexibility, you stop feeling trapped by grammar. Now I want you to think about your own life. What are your plans for tomorrow? Say it in your mind. Are you going to wake up early? Are you meeting someone? Will you start something new? Notice how naturally your brain chooses different structures when the situation changes. That is what we are training, not just grammar rules, but thinking patterns. Let us do a small activity together. I will give you sentences, and you identify whether the meaning is future. The movie starts at 8 p.m. Future meaning? Yes. I think it will snow. Future meaning? Yes. We are visiting our grandparents next week. Future meaning? Yes. Now spot the time expression in each sentence. At 8 p.m. Next week. Snow based on prediction. This is how we build awareness. Now convert this present meaning into future meaning. I eat dinner at 7. Change it. I will eat dinner at 7. Or, if it is fixed, I eat dinner at 7 tomorrow. Or, if arranged, I am eating dinner with friends tomorrow. See how meaning shapes grammar? This is the key to mastering the future in English. Understanding the future in English is not about memorizing one formula. It is about recognizing that English does not have one single future tense form. It is about knowing that modal verbs like will carry meaning beyond simple time reference. It is about realizing that context decides structure. And most importantly, it is about understanding that future language is deeply connected to real-life plans, predictions, promises, arrangements, schedules, and goals. When you understand this foundation, grammar becomes logical instead of confusing. You stop asking, which tense is future, and you start asking, what am I trying to express? That question changes everything. Because language is not just about rules, it is about meaning. And when meaning leads, structure follows naturally. So as we continue this journey, remember this truth. The future in English is flexible, contextual, and powerful. It gives you the ability to speak about your dreams, your responsibilities, your ambitions, and your expectations with clarity and confidence. And that is not just grammar. That is communication. Chapter 2. Time versus tense. Let us begin with a simple but powerful question. When you say, tomorrow I will wake up early, what exactly makes that sentence about the future? Is it the word will, or is it the word tomorrow? The answer might surprise you. It is the idea of time that makes the sentence future. The grammar structure you choose is tense. And these two ideas, time and tense, are not the same thing. Many learners mix them together, and that confusion creates fear. Today we remove that fear by separating them clearly in your mind. Time is about when something happens. It can be past, present, or future. Tense is the grammatical form we use to express that time. You can have future time without using a traditional future tense structure. That is the key idea. English does not have a single future tense form. Instead, English uses different structures to express future time depending on the situation and the meaning behind it. When you understand this, everything becomes clearer. Let us imagine a simple timeline. On the left is the past, in the middle is now, on the right is the future. Any action that happens to the right of now is future time, but how we talk about it depends on context. For example, if I say, my flight leaves at 9 a.m. tomorrow, I am using present simple. The verb leaves looks like present tense, but the time expression tomorrow moves the action into the future. So even though the structure is present simple, the time reference is future. That is why time and tense must be understood separately. Now consider another example. I am starting a new job next week. This looks like present continuous because we see am starting. But the time expression next week clearly places the action in the future. This is not happening now. It is arranged for the future. So the tense is present continuous, but the time reference is future. English allows this flexibility because meaning is more important than labels. Let us look at a different sentence. I will help you going. There may not even be a time expression like tomorrow or next week, but the modal verb will shows future meaning. Often, will expresses an instant decision or willingness. Maybe someone says, I cannot carry this bag. You respond immediately, I will help you. That is not a pre-planned action. It is a decision made in the moment. So here, will creates future meaning even without a clear time phrase. Now think about this sentence. I am going to start exercising. This is another structure that expresses future time. Going to usually shows intention or a plan that was made before the moment of speaking. Perhaps you have been thinking about your health. You bought new shoes, you made a schedule. Now you say, I am going to start exercising. The plan already exists in your mind. That is different from saying, I will start exercising, which might sound like a sudden decision. Let us slow down and organize these ideas clearly. Present simple is often used for schedules and timetables. The train arrives at 6 p.m. tomorrow. This is fixed. It does not depend on your decision. Present continuous is used for arrangements. I am meeting my manager on Monday. This is planned and usually involves another person. Going to is used for intentions and plans that exist in your mind. I am going to learn Spanish. And will is often used for instant decisions, promises, or predictions. I will call you later. Each structure has a purpose. Now I want you to imagine your daily routine. Today you wake up, you eat breakfast, you go to work or school, you study, you sleep. That is present time. But now imagine tomorrow. You can say, tomorrow I wake up at 7. That sounds wrong in normal conversation unless it is a fixed schedule. Instead, you might say, tomorrow I will wake up at 7 if you are deciding now, or tomorrow I am waking up at 7 if it is already arranged, or if it is a schedule, tomorrow school starts at 8. The action is in the future, but the structure changes depending on meaning. Here is where many beginners make a common mistake. They use will everywhere because they believe it is the only future form. They say, I will meet my friend tomorrow, even if the meeting is already arranged. They say, the movie will start at 8 p.m., even if it is a fixed schedule. Is it always wrong? Not necessarily, but it may not sound natural. English speakers often prefer present simple for schedules and present continuous for arrangements. Using will everywhere removes those subtle differences in meaning. Another common mistake is saying, I will going. That structure is incorrect because will must be followed by the base form of the verb. We say, I will go, not I will going. When learners mix will and going to together, it usually means they are not separating time and tense clearly in their minds. Remember, will is a modal verb. It stands alone before the base verb. Going to needs the verb be before it. I am going to study, not I will going to study. Confusion also happens between going to and present continuous. For example, I am going to visit my grandmother and I am visiting my grandmother tomorrow. Both talk about the future, but the feeling is slightly different. Going to focuses on intention. Present continuous focuses on arrangement. In many real-life conversations, both can work, but understanding the difference helps you speak more clearly and confidently. Let us practice mentally. Imagine someone says the lights are off and the sky is dark. You say, it is going to rain. Why not it will rain? Because you have evidence. You see the clouds. Now imagine your friend drops their books. You say immediately, I will help you. That is an instant decision. Now imagine you already bought a ticket. You say, I am traveling to New York next month. That is an arrangement. Notice how the situation decides the structure. When you separate time and tense in your thinking, grammar becomes logical. You stop asking, which tense is the future tense? And you start asking, what is the situation? Is it a schedule? An arrangement? A plan? An instant decision? A prediction? Once you answer that question, the correct structure becomes clearer. This understanding is powerful for learners in every region. Whether you are studying in the USA, preparing for exams in India, working in Europe, or improving communication skills in South Korea, clear communication about the future is essential in daily life, business, education, and relationships. When you speak about your plans, your goals, or your commitments, you want to sound confident and precise. That confidence begins with conceptual clarity. So remember this: future time is about when something happens. Future tense structure is about how you express it. English gives you multiple tools: present, simple, present continuous, going to, and will. Each one has a purpose. When you understand the difference, you stop memorizing randomly and start choosing intentionally. And that is when grammar becomes a tool, not a struggle. Chapter 3: Future Simple Basics. There is something powerful about the word will. It sounds confident, it sounds decisive, it sounds like action. When you say, I will do it, there is strength in your voice. That is why understanding the future simple tense is not just about grammar, it is about clarity and confidence in communication. Today we focus deeply on one simple but important structure: subject will base verb. This structure may look small, but it carries enormous meaning in English. Let us begin with the structure itself. The formula is clear and direct. Subject will base verb. For example, I will open the door. Notice something important here. After will, we always use the base form of the verb, not to open, not opens, not opening, just open. That is why we say, I will go, not I will to go, and not I will goes. The word will is a modal verb, and modal verbs are always followed by the base form. This rule never changes. Once you understand this, you eliminate many beginner mistakes immediately. Now let us talk about when we use will. The first and most common use is for instant decisions. Imagine someone knocks on the door. You did not plan to answer it. In that moment, you say, I will open the door. That decision happens right now. You did not think about it yesterday. You did not plan it last week. It is spontaneous. That is one of the most important signals for will. It is born in the moment. Another powerful use of will is for promises. When you say, I will always support you, you are not just describing the future. You are giving your word. In relationships, friendships, and professional situations, promises matter. I will call you later. I will finish the project by tomorrow. These sentences show commitment. That is why will often carries emotional weight. It expresses reliability and intention. We also use will to make offers. Imagine your friend is carrying heavy bags. You say, I will help you. This is not just a future action, it is kindness expressed through grammar. In customer service, in hospitality, in everyday life, offers are very common. I will check that for you. I will send you the email. These expressions make your English sound natural and helpful. Another important use of will is for predictions, when there is no clear evidence. For example, I think she will win. You do not have proof. You are not looking at data. You are expressing your opinion. That is different from saying, it is going to rain when you see dark clouds. Will is often used when the prediction comes from belief, intuition, or general expectation. I believe the team will succeed. I think technology will improve education. These are opinion-based predictions. We can also use will for threats and warnings. This use is strong and should be handled carefully in real life. For example, if you touch that, you will regret it. Or, you will be sorry. These sentences express strong certainty about consequences. The tone is serious. Understanding this use helps you recognize meaning in movies, conversations, and literature. Now let us explore negative forms. To make a negative sentence, we simply add not after will. I will not go. In spoken English, we usually use the contraction won't. I won't go. She won't agree. They won't arrive on time. Notice that won't does not look like will not. English pronunciation has changed the form over time. This is normal. Contractions are very common in spoken English, especially in the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and many other English-speaking environments. Questions are also simple with will. We invert the subject and will you join us? Will she call? Will they finish on time? This inversion is easy to remember because modal verbs move to the front in questions. Practicing these question forms helps you become comfortable in real conversations. Pronunciation is another important element. In natural spoken English, we often contract will with the subject. I will becomes I'll go. You will becomes you'll. She will becomes she'll. These contractions create a smoother rhythm. Instead of saying, I will help you, which sounds slightly formal, you say, I'll help you. This sounds natural and fluent. However, you must pronounce them clearly. I'll should not sound like ill. Practice the rhythm, I'll call you later. You'll see the difference. He'll understand. Now let us practice through imagination. Picture a simple conversation. Your friend says, I forgot my notebook. You respond, I'll lend you mine. That is an offer. Your teacher says, "This exam is challenging." You say, "I will study harder." That is a decision and a promise to yourself. Someone asks, "Who will present first?" You answer, "I will." That shows willingness. These small moments are everywhere in daily life. Role play is one of the best ways to build confidence. Imagine you are in a restaurant. The waiter says, "Are you ready to order?" You say, "I'll have the pasta." That decision happens in the moment. Now imagine your sibling is worried about an interview. You say, "You'll do great." That is a prediction based on encouragement. Practicing these real-life scenes makes grammar alive. Let us also address common errors clearly. Never say, "I will to go." Remember, after will always use the base verb. Never add to. Also avoid saying, "I will goes." The verb does not change, it remains in base form. Another mistake is incorrect contraction usage. Some learners write "ill" instead of "I'll." Remember, the apostrophe matters. It shows that letters are removed. Writing correctly is part of professionalism and clarity. When you master will, you unlock a powerful communication tool. You can make decisions confidently. You can promise sincerely. You can offer help naturally. You can express predictions clearly. The future simple tense is one of the first future structures learners meet, but it is far more meaningful than many realize. It carries intention, emotion, and strength. As you continue building your English, do not treat will as just a formula. Hear it, feel it, use it in real conversations. Say, "I will improve." Say, "I'll practice every day." Say, "I won't give up." The structure is simple, but the impact is powerful. And once you become comfortable with it, your future conversations will sound confident, natural, and clear. Chapter 4. Will in Action. Grammar becomes powerful the moment it steps out of a textbook and walks into real life. Up to this point, you have seen how will works structurally. Now we bring it into motion. We explore how will sounds in emotion, how it shifts in tone, how it behaves in formal and informal settings, and how it transforms from a simple future marker into a tool of personality, certainty, and reaction. When learners move from understanding rules to using language naturally in conversations, that is when fluency begins. Let us begin with emotional usage. When someone says, "I will always support you," there is warmth inside that sentence. The grammar carries commitment. The future simple here is not cold or technical. It communicates loyalty and reassurance. Think about apologies. When someone says, "I will never do that again," they are not simply describing the future. They are expressing regret and promise. In relationships, in friendships, and even in professional communication, will often becomes the language of assurance. It signals intention backed by emotion. Now consider the difference between strong certainty and weak prediction. When you say, "She will win," the tone suggests confidence. It feels stronger than "she might win." Will carries firmness. However, in softer contexts, especially in spoken English, tone determines strength. If you say, "I think she will win," you are expressing belief, not guarantee. This difference matters in professional environments in the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and beyond. In meetings, saying, "The project will succeed" sounds more confident than saying, "The project might succeed." Understanding this emotional weight helps you communicate intentionally. There is also a subtle difference between formal and informal usage. In everyday conversations, contractions dominate. "I'll send the file." Will call you tomorrow. This is natural and fluent. In formal writing or speeches, especially in academic or legal settings, full forms may appear more often. We will review the proposal. Both are correct, but the tone shifts. Contractions create warmth and conversational flow. Full forms create structure and emphasis. It is also helpful to briefly introduce shall, although it is less common in modern American English. Traditionally, shall was used with I and we for future reference, especially in British English. For example, shall we begin? Today, shall often appears in suggestions or formal contexts. In everyday conversation, will has largely replaced it. However, understanding shall prevents confusion when you encounter it in literature, legal documents, or international communication. Now let us explore some advanced uses of will. One fascinating use is assumption. When someone knocks on the door and you say, "That will be John," you are not talking about the future. You are making a confident guess about the present. The structure looks like future simple, but the meaning is present assumption. This usage appears frequently in British English, but is understood globally. It shows how flexible modal verbs can be. Another advanced meaning is refusal. When you say he won't listen, it does not necessarily mean future, it can describe stubborn behavior. For example, I try to explain, but he won't listen. The idea here is unwillingness. Will in this case expresses willingness or refusal, not time. That is why modal verbs are powerful. They carry meaning beyond simple time reference. There is also a usage that describes habits or typical behavior. When someone says, "boys will be boys," it does not refer to the future. It expresses a general truth about behavior. It suggests that certain actions are predictable because of character. Similarly, you might hear, "she will talk for hours if you let her." Again, this is about habit, not future time. Recognizing these patterns helps you understand native level conversations. Now let us introduce a comparison with going to. If you say, "I will start a new business," it sounds like a decision or a promise. If you say, "I am going to start a new business," it suggests a plan already made. In job interviews, this difference matters. Imagine the interviewer asks, "What are your plans for next year?" If you respond, "I will improve my skills," it sounds like a commitment. If you say, "I am going to complete a certification," it sounds like a structured plan. Both are strong, but they communicate slightly different shades of meaning. Real-life scenarios make these distinctions clearer. In a phone call, someone says, "Can you send me the report?" You respond, "I'll send it right away." That instant reaction shows efficiency. In customer service, a representative might say, "We will resolve this issue as soon as possible." That creates reassurance. In an apology, someone says, "I will make it right." In each of these cases, will carries action, responsibility, and intention. Listening and reacting quickly is another important skill. Imagine someone says, "I am tired." You respond immediately, "I'll make some tea." That spontaneous reaction shows care. Or someone says, "The printer is not working." You say, "I'll check it." These small, immediate uses of will happen constantly in everyday communication. Practicing quick responses builds fluency. Here is a practical exercise for you. Imagine different situations and respond instantly using will. Someone says, I forgot my umbrella. You respond, I'll share mine. Someone says, this task looks difficult. You respond, I'll help you. Someone says, we need someone to present first. You say, I'll do it. These rapid responses train your brain to use will naturally. When learners begin to use will confidently in emotional, formal, and spontaneous contexts, they move beyond memorization. They begin communicating with clarity and personality. They understand that will can express certainty, assumption, refusal, habit, promise, and reaction. They see how it differs from going to, and they recognize when tone changes meaning. Fluency is not about knowing many rules, it is about using simple structures with awareness and confidence. Will is simple in form, but rich in meaning. When you master its emotional depth and practical flexibility, you do not just speak about the future, you respond to life in real time, clearly and naturally. Chapter 5. Going to Plans. Close your eyes for a moment and think about something you have already decided. Maybe you have decided to wake up earlier tomorrow. Maybe you have decided to apply for a new job. Maybe you have decided to start exercising next week. When a decision already lives in your mind before you speak, English often chooses one powerful structure to express it, going to. This form is not about sudden reactions, it is about intention. It is about plans that already exist. It is about direction. The structure itself is clear and consistent. Subject am is our going to base verb. For example, I am going to study tonight. She is going to travel next month. They are going to build a house. Notice something important here. The verb be changes depending on the subject. I am, you are, he is, we are. This is why you cannot say, I going to study. That sentence is missing the verb am. English always needs that helper verb in this structure. Now let us focus on the first main use, planned intentions. When you say, I am going to study tonight, you are not deciding at the moment of speaking. The plan already exists. Maybe you scheduled it earlier. Maybe you promised yourself this morning. The intention is already formed. That is the emotional difference between going to and will often expresses instant decisions. Going to expresses prior intention. If someone asks, what are your plans for next year? And you say, I am going to move next year, it shows that you have already thought about it. It feels organized and deliberate. The second important use of going to is predictions with evidence. Imagine you look outside and see dark clouds, strong wind, and lightning. You say, it's going to rain. You are not guessing randomly, you see signs. The evidence is visible. That is different from saying, I think it will rain, which sounds more like opinion. Going to connects prediction to proof. In real life, this distinction makes your English sound more precise. Let us compare this clearly with will. Imagine your friend says, I'm hungry. You immediately respond, I will make a sandwich. That is a decision made in the moment. Now imagine earlier in the day, you told your family, I am going to cook dinner tonight. That plan existed before this conversation. The difference may seem small, but it creates clarity. Planned versus instant, evidence versus opinion. That is the heart of understanding going to. Pronunciation is another important aspect. especially for learners in the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and other global contexts. In natural spoken English, going to often becomes gonna. For example, I'm going to study tonight. You will hear this constantly in movies, songs, and everyday conversation. However, it is important to understand that gonna is informal. It is acceptable in spoken English, but should not be written in formal essays or professional emails. Recognizing this difference helps you understand native speakers while maintaining professional accuracy in your writing. Now let us practice identifying intention versus instant decision. Imagine someone asks, "Why are you buying new running shoes?" You say, "I am going to start exercising." That answer shows a pre-existing plan. Now imagine someone suddenly says, "We need someone to present today." You respond, "I will do it." That is spontaneous. If you instead say, "I am going to do it," it may sound like you had already planned to present. Context changes meaning. Let us explore common mistakes. Many beginners forget the verb be and say, "I going to travel." That is incorrect. Always remember, "I am going to travel." Another mistake is saying, "I am go to travel." After going to, we always use the base form of the main verb. Going to go may sound strange, but it is grammatically correct. For example, I am going to go home. English sometimes repeats the word go, and that is perfectly normal. Another confusion happens between going to and future continuous. For example, I am going to work tomorrow versus I will be working tomorrow. The first focuses on intention. The second focuses on an action in progress at a future time. Going to is about decision and plan. Future continuous is about ongoing activity. Understanding this prevents mixing structures incorrectly. Now let us shift from theory to personal application. I want you to create 3 goal statements using going to. Think about tonight, next month, and next year. For example, I am going to finish my assignment tonight. I am going to learn new skills next month. I am going to improve my English this year. Notice how these statements feel motivational. They are not random ideas, they are intentional commitments. This is why going to often appears in goal-setting language. Let us try a quick mental exercise. Decide whether the situation needs will or going to. Someone says, "The phone is ringing," you respond immediately. That is will, I will answer it. Now imagine you bought a ticket yesterday and your friend asks about your weekend. You say, "I am going to visit my cousin." That is going to. The decision already existed. Practicing these small distinctions builds confidence. Going to is not complicated, but it requires awareness. It reminds us that language reflects thought. When your plan already lives in your mind, English often chooses going to. When evidence is visible, English chooses going to. When a decision happens instantly, English often chooses will. These patterns create natural communication. As you continue building your English skills, pay attention to your intentions. Before you speak, ask yourself, is this a sudden decision, or was it planned before now? Is this a prediction based on opinion, or do I see clear evidence? When you answer those questions, the structure becomes obvious. Grammar stops feeling random and starts feeling logical. Mastering going to means mastering intention-based future. It allows you to talk about your dreams, your strategies, and your commitments clearly. It gives your speech direction and purpose. And once you feel comfortable with it, you will not just talk about the future, you will speak about your future with confidence. Chapter 6. Will versus going to. Now we arrive at one of the most important turning points in your understanding of future forms in English. Many learners know how to form will. Many learners know how to form going to, but knowing the structure is not the same as knowing when to use each one. This is where real confidence begins. When you stop guessing and start choosing intentionally, your English becomes clear, natural, and strong. Let us place these two forms side by side and look at their purpose carefully. Will is commonly used for instant decisions and opinion-based predictions. Going to is commonly used for prior plans and evidence-based predictions. That is the foundation. But we will go deeper than just memorizing categories. We will understand the logic behind them. Imagine your phone rings right now. You did not expect it. You did not plan it. You say, "I'll answer it." That decision is born in the moment. It did not exist before. That is why will feels correct. Now imagine that yesterday you bought tickets to travel next week. Today someone asks about your plans. You say, "I'm going to travel next week." The decision was already made before you spoke. That is why going to fits naturally. Now let us look at predictions. You look outside and see dark clouds, strong wind, and lightning. You say, "It's going to rain." You are not guessing randomly, you see evidence. But imagine you are discussing the weather for next month and you say, "I think it will rain a lot in April." That is opinion. You do not have direct evidence in that moment, so will expresses belief, while going to expresses visible proof. Let us organize this clearly in your mind. Instant decision equals will. Prior plan equals going to evidence-based prediction equals going to opinion-based prediction equals will. These are not random rules, they reflect how human thought works. English simply mirrors that logic. Now let us practice through scenarios. You see dark clouds in the sky. Which structure do you choose? You choose going to? It's going to rain. Why? Because you see the clouds. Your phone rings unexpectedly. Which structure do you choose? I'll answer it. Why? Because you are deciding at that moment. You already booked tickets for Paris last week. Today someone asks about your vacation. You say, "I'm going to visit Paris." Why? Because the plan existed before now. Let us move into conversation simulations. Imagine this dialogue. A friend says, "The printer is broken." You reply instantly, "I'll fix it." That is an immediate offer. Now imagine another situation. Your manager asks, "What are your goals for next year?" You say, "I'm going to complete a professional certification." That is a planned intention. In both situations, future time is involved, but the structure changes because the thought process changes. Here is another dialogue. Someone says, "Do you think our team will win?" You answer, "Yes, I think we will win." That is opinion. Now imagine watching the game and your team is leading by 10 points with only 1 minute left. You say, "We're going to win." That prediction is based on clear evidence. The difference is subtle but powerful. There are also situations where both will and going to are possible, but the meaning shifts slightly. For example, "I will start exercising next month" can sound like a decision you are making now. "I am going to start exercising next month" suggests you already decided earlier and perhaps even prepared for it. In everyday conversation, both might be acceptable, but understanding the nuance allows you to communicate with intention instead of habit. Let us build deeper clarity. If someone says, "The door is open," and you say, "I'll close it," that is instant reaction. If you say, "I'm going to close it," It may suggest you had already planned to close it. The difference is about timing of the decision, not timing of the action. That is the key insight many learners miss. Now I want you to practice justifying your choice. Imagine someone says, "The lights are flickering." You respond, "It's going to stop working." Why did you choose going to? Because you see evidence. Now imagine someone asks, "What do you think about the future of technology?" You respond, "Technology will continue to grow." Why will? Because this is opinion or belief. When you can explain your choice, you are no longer guessing, you are thinking. Confidence comes from reasoning, not memorization. If you understand why a structure fits, you will remember it naturally. And if you make a mistake, you will correct yourself quickly because you understand the logic behind it. That is how fluency develops. One more important point, in very informal conversation, the difference between will and going to may not always be strict. Native speakers sometimes use them interchangeably. However, understanding the standard distinction helps you sound more precise and more aware. Especially in professional contexts, interviews, presentations, and academic discussions, clarity matters. So when you speak, pause mentally for a second and ask yourself a simple question. Is this a decision happening now, or was it decided before? Is this prediction based on evidence, or is it just my opinion? That question will guide you toward the correct structure almost every time. When learners master this comparison, something powerful happens. They stop using will everywhere. They stop confusing planned actions with spontaneous reactions. They begin speaking about the future with accuracy and purpose. Instead of guessing, they choose. Instead of memorizing, they understand. The difference between will and going to is not about difficulty, it is about awareness. Once you see the pattern, you cannot unsee it. And when you use it correctly in real conversations, on the phone, in meetings, in daily life, you feel the difference immediately. Students who reach this level no longer hesitate. They recognize instant decisions, they recognize prior plans, they identify evidence-based predictions, they express opinion. Chapter 7. Future Continuous. Think about tomorrow evening for a moment. Imagine the clock shows 8 p.m. Where are you? What are you doing? Are you studying? Watching a movie? Talking to a friend? When we describe an action that will be happening at a specific time in the future, we use a special structure called the future continuous. This tense allows us to step into tomorrow and describe it as if we are standing there, watching the action unfold. The structure is clear and consistent. Subject will be verbing. For example, I will be studying at 8 p.m. Notice the pattern carefully. After will, we use be, and after be, we add the ing form of the verb. This pattern never changes. It does not matter if the subject is I, you, he, she, we, or they. The structure remains the same. She will be working, they will be traveling, we will be waiting. That consistency makes it easier than many learners expect. The first core use of the future continuous is to describe an ongoing action at a specific time in the future. If I say, I will study at 8 p.m., it sounds like a decision or plan. But if I say, I will be studying at 8 p.m., it paints a picture. It shows that at exactly 8 p.m., the action will already be in progress. It focuses on the activity happening during that moment. This subtle difference helps your English sound more detailed and natural. Consider this sentence. This time tomorrow, we will be flying. That phrase, this time tomorrow, invites you to imagine the scene. Maybe you see yourself sitting on an airplane, looking out the window. The future continuous creates a moving image. It is not about deciding to fly, it is about describing what will be happening at a future point. Another important use is polite questions. English speakers often soften requests by using the future continuous instead of the future simple. For example, instead of saying, "Will you use the car tonight?" you might say, "Will you be using the car tonight?" The second version sounds less direct and more polite. It feels less demanding. In professional environments across the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and many other regions, this subtle politeness can make communication smoother and more respectful. Let us compare it clearly with the future simple. I will call you at 8 p.m. sounds like a promise or decision. I will be calling you at 8 p.m. sounds more like part of a schedule or planned activity in progress. The future simple often focuses on the decision or completion. The future continuous focuses on the action happening at that time. Understanding this difference helps you choose the right tone. Now let us practice visualization. Picture tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. What will you be doing? Say it quietly in your mind. I will be getting ready for work, or perhaps I will be sleeping. Imagine next year at this time. What will you be working on? I will be studying for my exams. I will be building my career. These sentences allow you to describe your life in motion. This tense is especially powerful for storytelling and planning. Imagine a teacher describing a school event. At 10 a.m., students will be presenting their projects, or a manager explaining a timeline. Next month, our team will be developing the new product. These sentences describe activity over a period of time in the future. Now let us address common mistakes. Many learners say, I will be study. That is incorrect, because after be, we must use the ung form. It should be, I will be studying. Another mistake is saying, I will studying. That is missing the word be. Remember the formula clearly, will be verbing in. If you memorize this pattern, you avoid these errors automatically. Another confusion happens between future continuous and going to. For example, I am going to work tomorrow expresses intention. I will be working tomorrow expresses an action that will already be in progress at a certain time. The first focuses on plan. The second focuses on activity during a moment. Keeping that difference clear prevents mixing meanings. Let us try a comparison. Someone asks, can we meet at 9 p.m.? You reply, I will be studying at 9 p.m. That means at 9 p.m., you will already be in the middle of studying. It does not sound like refusal. It sounds like explanation. Now imagine you say, I will study at 9 p.m. That could sound like a decision or promise, rather than a description of activity in progress. The future continuous often sounds softer and more descriptive. It is also useful for imagining future scenes in creative writing or speeches. For example, in 10 years I will be living in a different city. Or, by next summer, we will be enjoying a new chapter in our lives. These sentences create movement and emotion. They show life unfolding rather than simply happening. Practice speaking aloud is important here. Say, I will be learning. She will be working. They will be traveling. Feel the rhythm of will be verbing. The flow is smooth and natural when spoken correctly. In questions, remember to invert will and the subject. Will you be joining us? Will she be attending the meeting? These forms are common in invitations and professional conversations. As you grow more comfortable, begin using this tense intentionally. When you want to describe what will be happening at a specific future moment, choose future continuous. When you want to sound polite, choose future continuous. When you want to paint a picture of action in progress, choose future continuous. Grammar becomes powerful when it gives you precision. The future continuous gives you that precision. It allows you to move beyond simple decisions and describe life as it unfolds tomorrow, next week, or next year. Once you master it, you can confidently say not only what you will do, but what you will be doing. And that difference is what makes your English richer and more expressive. Chapter 8: Future Perfect. There is a special kind of confidence that comes from talking about something as already completed, even though it has not happened yet. That is the power of the future perfect tense. It allows you to stand in the future and look backward at something you have finished. It is not just about what will happen. It is about what will have been completed before a specific future moment. The structure is precise and elegant. Subject will have past participle. For example, I will have finished by 6 p.m. Notice the pattern carefully. After will, we use have, and after have, we use the past participle of the verb: finished, left, graduated, completed, built, learned. The past participle is essential. Without it, the sentence does not work correctly. The main purpose of this tense is to describe a completed action before a future point in time. Let us break that down clearly. Imagine it is now 3 p.m. You plan to finish your homework at 5 p.m. If someone asks you about 6 p.m., you can say, I will have finished by 6 p.m. You are not describing the action happening at 6 p.m. You are describing something that will already be complete before that time. The focus is on completion before a future reference point. Think about this example. She will have left before you arrive. In this sentence, there are two future events. Your arrival is in the future. Her leaving is also in the future. But her leaving will happen earlier. It will be completed before your arrival. That is why we use future perfect. It helps us organize events clearly on a timeline. Let us visualize it. Imagine a straight line. In the center is now. On the right is the future. Mark a point on that line that says next year. Now mark another point slightly before it that says graduate. If you say, by next year, I will have graduated, you are standing at next year and looking backward at graduation as something already done. This mental image makes the tense much easier to understand. Certain signal words often appear with future perfect. The word by is very common. By 6 p.m., by next week, by 2025. The word before is also common. Before you arrive, before the meeting starts. Another useful phrase is by the time. For example, by the time you read this message, I will have finished the report. These words signal that one action will be completed before another future moment. Now let us contrast future perfect with present perfect. Present perfect connects the past to the present. For example, I have finished my homework. The action happened in the past, but it matters now. Future perfect connects the future to a later future point. For example, I will have finished my homework by 6 p.m. The action will happen in the future, but it will be completed before a specific time. The difference is about reference point. Present perfect looks back from now. Future perfect looks back from a future moment. We should also compare it with future simple. I will finish by 6 p.m. focuses on the action itself. I will have finished by 6 p.m. focuses on the result being complete before that time. The future simple tells us what will happen. The future perfect emphasizes that it will already be done by a certain moment. That nuance creates clarity in professional, academic, and personal communication. Let us apply this to real life. Imagine you are in a job interview in the USA or Europe. The interviewer asks, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" You might respond, "By that time, I will have gained valuable experience in project management." Notice how powerful that sounds. You are not simply saying you will gain experience, you are showing that by a future point, the achievement will already be complete. Or imagine you are a student in India or South Korea planning your academic journey. You say, "By next year, I will have completed my certification." That sentence expresses clarity, direction, and confidence. It shows planning and achievement. Now let us practice. Think about three personal goals: one short term, one medium term, and one long term. For example, by tonight, I will have finished my assignment. By the end of this month, I will have improved my English speaking skills. By 2030, I will have built a successful career. Writing these statements helps you internalize the structure and connect grammar to your life. Be careful with common mistakes. Many learners say, "I will have finished," that is incorrect, because after have we must use the past participle. It should be finished. Another mistake is saying, "I will has finished." After will, we always use the base form of the verb. It is will have, not will has. Remember, modal verbs like will are always followed by base forms. Let us try one more visualization. Imagine tomorrow at 8 p.m., you have a deadline at 7 p.m. At 8 p.m., you can say, "I will have submitted the project." The submission happened at 7 p.m., but at 8 p.m. it is already complete. That is the heart of this tense, standing in the future and looking back at a completed action. Future perfect is especially useful when talking about deadlines, achievements, and progress. It is common in business reports, academic writing, and strategic planning. For example, by the end of the quarter, the company will have launched the new product. Or, by the time the conference begins, we will have prepared all materials. These sentences show organization and foresight. When you master this tense, you gain the ability to express completion with precision. You no longer simply say what will happen, you say what will already be accomplished by a certain time. That difference makes your communication stronger and more professional. As you continue practicing, focus on the timeline in your mind. Ask yourself, what is the future reference point? What action will be completed before that point? If you answer those two questions, the structure becomes clear naturally. Grammar is not about memorizing long rules. It is about understanding relationships between time and action. The future perfect tense gives you control over those relationships. It allows you to speak about achievement, deadlines, and progress with clarity and confidence. And once you use it in your own goals, it becomes more than grammar. It becomes a way of expressing ambition and direction. Chapter 9. Future Perfect Continuous. Some grammar structures feel complex at first glance, but when you understand their logic, they become surprisingly practical. Future Perfect Continuous is one of those structures. It may look long, it may sound advanced, but its purpose is clear and powerful. It allows you to talk about how long something will have been happening before a specific future moment. In simple words, it expresses duration that continues up to a point in the future. Let us begin with the structure itself. Subject will have been verbing. For example, by 2026, I will have been teaching for 10 years. Notice the pattern carefully. After will, we use have, then been, and finally the verb with ing. Every part of this structure matters. If one piece is missing, the sentence does not work correctly. Will have been teaching must stay together as a unit. The core meaning is duration before a future point. Imagine today is 2023 and you started teaching in 2016. If we look forward to 2026, at that future point, your teaching will have continued for 10 years. So you say, by 2026, I will have been teaching for 10 years. You are standing in the future and measuring how long the action has continued up to that moment. Let us look at another example. She will have been working here for 5 years by June. June is the future reference point. Her working started in the past and continues into the future. By June, the total duration will be 5 years. This tense focuses on the length of time, not just the completion of an action. This is where we must clearly understand duration expressions. Words like for, since, and by are very important. For tells us the length of time. For 10 years. For 5 months. For 2 hours. Since tells us the starting point. Since 2020. Since January. Since I graduated. By introduces the future reference point. By 2026. By next summer. By the time you arrive. These small words guide the structure and clarify the meaning. Now let us compare this tense with future perfect. Future perfect focuses on completion. For example, by 2026, I will have finished my degree. That sentence emphasizes that the degree will be completed before 2026. Future perfect continuous focuses on duration. By 2026, I will have been studying for 4 years. That sentence emphasizes the length of time spent studying. One focuses on finished action, the other focuses on ongoing duration leading up to a future point. This difference is important because many learners confuse the two. They see will have and think the meaning is always about completion. But when you add been and a verb with ing, the meaning shifts to duration. Completion versus duration. That is the key distinction. Let us also address confusion with future continuous. Future continuous describes an action that will be in progress at a future moment. For example, at 8 p.m. tomorrow, I will be studying. That focuses on the activity happening at that time. Future perfect continuous looks at how long the action will have been happening by a future point. By 8 p.m. tomorrow, I will have been studying for 3 hours. One describes action in progress at a moment. The other describes the length of that action up to a moment. This tense is extremely useful in real life, especially when talking about long-term goals and milestones. Imagine you are building a career. You say, by next year, I will have been working in this company for 5 years. That sentence shows experience and stability. Or imagine fitness goals. By December, I will have been training for 6 months. That sentence shows commitment and consistency. For students, this structure becomes powerful when describing study journeys. By the end of this semester, I will have been studying English for 3 years. Notice how it highlights dedication over time. It does not simply say the study will end. It measures how long the journey has continued. Let us visualize again. Draw a mental timeline. In the past, the action begins. It continues through the present. It continues into the future. At a certain future point, you stop and measure how long it has been happening. That measurement is what future perfect continuous expresses. Now let us practice mentally. Suppose you started learning English in 2022. Think about 2027. At that future moment, how long will you have been learning? You could say, by 2027, I will have been learning English for 5 years. That sentence shows growth over time. Common mistakes often involve leaving out part of the structure. Some learners say, I will have been teach for 5 years. That is incorrect because after been we need the verb in meing form. It should be teaching. Others may say, I will been teaching, forgetting have. The structure must remain complete. Will have been verbing. Although this tense looks long, do not be afraid of it. It follows a logical pattern, and once you understand the timeline clearly, it becomes natural. Think about duration. Think about starting point. Think about future reference point. That is all. In professional environments across the USA and Europe, in academic contexts in India, or in long-term planning in South Korea, expressing duration with clarity shows maturity in language. It allows you to describe experience, dedication, and consistency. Future perfect continuous is not used as frequently as will or going to, but when it appears, it carries depth. It tells a story of persistence. It measures effort over time, and when you use it correctly, you show that you can handle advanced ideas with confidence. Understanding this structure means understanding time in layers. It means seeing the past, present, and future connected through duration. And once you see that connection clearly, this Chapter 10, All Forms Compared. Take a deep breath for a moment and look at how far you have come. You now understand future simple, going to, future continuous, future perfect, and future perfect continuous. Each one has its own structure. Each one has its own purpose. But real mastery does not happen when you study them separately. It happens when you see them together and choose between them confidently. This is where everything connects. Let us mentally organize the 5 main forms clearly. Future simple uses will's base verb and is often used for instant decisions and opinion-based predictions. I will call you. I think it will rain. Going to uses Am is our going to base verb and is often used for prior plans and evidence-based predictions. I am going to study tonight. Look at those clouds, it's going to rain. Future continuous uses will be verbing and describes an action that will be in progress at a future time. I will be working at 8 p.m. Future perfect uses will have past participle to describe completion before a future point. I will have finished by 6 p.m. Future perfect continuous uses will have been verbing to describe duration before a future point. By next year, I will have been working here for 5 years. Now let us move from definitions to application. Imagine one simple situation, planning a trip. If someone asks, "Who will book the tickets?" you might respond instantly, "I will book them." That is a spontaneous decision. If you already made arrangements last week, you say, "I am going to travel next month." That is a prior plan. If you imagine yourself tomorrow at this time, you might say, "This time tomorrow, we will be flying." That describes action in progress. If you think about finishing your packing before departure, you say, "By tomorrow morning, I will have packed everything." That focuses on completion. And if you consider how long you have been preparing, you say, "By the time we leave, I will have been planning this trip for months." That focuses on duration. One situation, 5 possible forms, different meanings. Let us apply this to career goals. Suppose you are in a job interview in the USA or Europe. The interviewer asks about your future. You might say, "I will improve my leadership skills." That sounds like a commitment. If you already registered for a course, you say, "I am going to complete a management certification." If you imagine your schedule next year, you might say, "I will be working on international projects." If you talk about achievement, you say, "By 2028, I will have built a strong professional network." And if you describe long-term dedication, you say, "By 2030, I will have been working in this industry for over 10 years." Each structure expresses a slightly different perspective on the future. Now let us think about predictions about technology. If you say, "Technology will continue to grow," that expresses opinion. If you look at rapid advancements and say, "Technology is going to change education dramatically," that suggests visible evidence. If you imagine daily life in 10 years, you might say, "People will be using artificial intelligence in everyday tasks." If you think about completion of certain developments, you say, "By 2035, scientists will have developed more advanced renewable energy systems." And if you measure duration, you say, "By 2040, researchers will have been studying climate solutions for decades." Let us bring it closer to daily life. Think about tomorrow. You might say, "I will wake up early." That could be a decision. If you already scheduled something, you say, "I am meeting my friend at 10 a.m. If you imagine yourself at noon, you say, "I will be having lunch." If you focus on finishing a task, you say, "By 3 p.m. I will have completed my work." If you measure duration, you say, "By the evening, I will have been working for 8 hours." Notice how each structure answers a slightly different question about time. Now let us practice error correction. Imagine someone says, "I will going to travel next week." That is incorrect because we do not combine will and going to in that way. It should be either "I will travel" or "I am going to travel." Another example, "By next year I will have finished my degree." The error is the missing past participle. It should be finished. Or "At 8 p.m. I will study." If you want to emphasize action in progress, it should be "I will be studying." Correcting mistakes builds awareness. Fluency practice is essential. Try speaking about tomorrow. Say 3 sentences using different forms. Then speak about next year. Then speak about your life in 5 years. Challenge yourself to use all 5 forms naturally. For example, tomorrow I will start my project. I am meeting my team in the afternoon. This time tomorrow I will be presenting ideas. By next week, I will have completed the first stage. By next year, I will have been working on this goal for 12 months. When you can do this smoothly, you are no longer memorizing grammar. You are choosing it. Confidence grows when you realize grammar is not random. Each structure answers a specific meaning. Are you deciding now? Use will. Did you decide earlier? Use going to. Are you describing action in progress at a future time? Use future continuous. Are you focusing on completion before a future moment? Use future perfect. Are you measuring duration up to a future point? Use future perfect continuous. These choices are logical. They reflect how we think about time. Learners across the world often struggle because they try to remember rules without seeing connections. But once you see that grammar is choice-based and meaning-driven, the confusion disappears. You stop guessing. You stop overusing one form. You begin selecting the structure that matches your intention. When you clearly differentiate all future structures, your English becomes precise and expressive. You can talk about plans, predictions, schedules, goals, achievements, and long-term journeys with clarity. And that clarity builds confidence in conversation, interviews, presentations, and daily communication. Mastery does not mean perfection. It means awareness. It means knowing why you choose a structure and being able to explain it. When you reach that point, the future in English no longer feels complicated. It feels organized, flexible, and powerful. Chapter 11. Future in Questions. Conversations move forward when we ask good questions. Think about your daily life. You ask about plans, appointments, goals, and possibilities. You ask friends what they are doing tomorrow. You ask colleagues about next week's meeting. You ask yourself where you will be in 5 years. Questions about the future are everywhere, and mastering them gives you confidence in real communication. To ask about the future clearly, we must understand how question forms change depending on the structure we use. The good news is that English follows patterns. Once you understand those patterns, asking about the future becomes natural. Let us begin with the most familiar form, future simple. The structure for a yes-no question with future simple is straightforward. We move will to the beginning. Will you join us tomorrow? Will she call later? Will they arrive on time? The auxiliary will comes before the subject. That inversion creates the question. Now let us look at going to. The structure changes slightly because going to uses the verb be. In a yes-no question, we move the verb be before the subject. Are you going to apply for that job? Is she going to travel next month? Are they going to move soon? Notice how the auxiliary changes depending on the subject. Am I? Are you? Is he? Understanding this pattern prevents common errors. Future continuous questions follow the same inversion rule with will. Will you be joining us? Will she be working tonight? Here the structure is will subject be verbing. This form often sounds softer and more polite, especially in professional situations. If you ask, will you use the car tonight? It may sound direct. If you ask, will you be using the car tonight? It sounds more considerate. That subtle difference in tone is important in business, education, and social settings across the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and beyond. Future perfect questions also begin with will. Will you have finished by 6 p.m.? Will she have completed the project by Friday? This structure focuses on completion before a future point. It allows you to check deadlines and progress clearly. And then we move to future perfect continuous, which looks longer but follows the same logical order. Will you have been working here for 5 years by June? The pattern is will subject have been verbing. Once you break it down, it becomes manageable. Now let us expand beyond yes-no questions and explore WH questions. These questions begin with words like what, when, where, why, how, and how long. For example, what will you be doing at 8 p.m.? The WH word comes first, then will, then the subject, and the rest of the structure follows. How long will you have been studying by June? Notice how the WH word adds depth. It does not just ask if something will happen, it asks for details about time, duration, or reason. Tag questions also appear in conversations about the future. For example, you will join us, won't you? This form checks agreement. It makes conversation interactive and engaging. Understanding how to use tag questions with future forms strengthens your ability to connect naturally in English. Polite forms deserve special attention. In customer service, meetings, and professional communication, questions must feel respectful. Instead of saying, "Will you need anything?" which is correct but direct, many English speakers prefer, "Will you be needing anything?" That future continuous softens the tone. Another polite suggestion form uses shall, especially in formal or British contexts. Shall we begin? This sounds cooperative and inclusive. Now let us practice mentally. Pause for a moment and answer this question out loud. Will you practice English tomorrow? Give your answer. Now answer this one. Are you going to start something new this year? Speak clearly. When you say the sentence aloud, you train your brain and your voice together. Imagine an on-screen quiz. Choose the correct question. Will you going to apply or are you going to apply? The correct answer is the second one because going to needs the verb be. Another example, are you will join or will you join? The correct form moves will before the subject. Seeing these patterns repeatedly builds automatic understanding. Common mistakes often happen when learners mix structures. Some say, will you going? That sentence is missing the base verb and proper structure. Others say, are you will come, which incorrectly combines two auxiliary forms. Remember, use only one main auxiliary to start the question. Either will or the correct form of be for going to. Keep the structure clean and consistent. Asking about the future is not just grammar practice. It is a life skill. When you can ask, what will you be doing next year? You open a meaningful conversation. When you ask, will you have finished by tomorrow? You manage responsibilities clearly. When you ask, how long will you have been working here? You show curiosity about someone's experience. For a final interactive moment, think of one question about your own future. Now imagine someone asking you that question. How would you answer? Then turn it around and ask me one question about my future. Engaging actively makes the learning personal and memorable. When you confidently form yes-no questions, WH questions, and polite inquiries using all future forms, you move beyond memorization. You begin to interact. You participate. You lead conversations about plans, predictions, schedules, achievements, and long-term journeys. And that is when language becomes a bridge rather than a barrier. Chapter 12. Negative Forms. Sometimes the most powerful sentences in life are negative ones. Not negative in emotion, but negative in structure. I won't give up. I won't accept that. I'm not going to stop trying. These sentences carry strength, boundaries, and clarity. In English, forming negative future sentences correctly is essential because it allows you to express refusal, certainty of non-action, cancelled plans, and even impossibility with confidence and precision. Let us begin with the most common negative form in the future, will not, which is usually contracted to won't. The structure remains simple. Subject will not base verb. For example, I won't forget this. Notice how after won't, the verb stays in base form. Not forgetting, not forgets. Just forget. That rule never changes. Modal verbs like will are always followed by the base form. Won't often expresses refusal or firm decision. If someone asks you to do something unreasonable, you might say, I won't do that. That shows determination. If someone promises support, they might say, I won't leave you. In these cases, the negative form carries emotional strength. It can express loyalty or boundaries depending on the situation. Now let us look at am not going to. The structure here follows the going to pattern. Subject aim is are not going to base verb. For example, she isn't going to attend. I'm not going to change my mind. This form often expresses a prior decision not to do something. The decision already exists before speaking. That is different from won't, which often sounds like a spontaneous refusal. Consider the contrast carefully. If someone asks, can you help me tomorrow? And you reply immediately, I won't be available. That sounds like an instant refusal. If you say, I'm not going to be available tomorrow, it suggests that the plan was already made before the conversation. Both are negative future forms, but the timing of the decision differs slightly. Understanding that nuance builds clarity. Future continuous also has a negative form. Subject will not be verbing. For example, I won't be working tomorrow. This structure focuses on an action that will not be in progress at a specific future time. If someone asks about your availability at 8 p.m., you might say, I won't be studying at that time. The negative here describes absence of ongoing activity. Next, let us explore future perfect negative. Subject will not have past participle. For example, by 2027, I won't have finished the project. This structure expresses non-completion before a future point. It is often used when talking about delays or long-term challenges. It can also express realistic expectations. By next month, I won't have saved enough money. The focus is on something that will not be completed by that time. Future perfect continuous also has a negative structure. Subject will not have been verbing. For example, by next year, I won't have been working here for very long. This expresses that the duration will not reach a certain length by a future point. Although less common in daily conversation, it appears in professional or reflective contexts when discussing time and experience. Now let us focus on meaning. Negative future forms can express refusal. I won't accept that. They can express certainty of non-action. She isn't going to apologize. They can express canceled plans. We aren't going to travel next month. They can express impossibility. That won't happen. The tone of the sentence often determines whether it feels firm, emotional, or neutral. Let us practice contrast between won't and not going to. Imagine someone says, are you coming to the party? If you respond immediately, no, I won't come, it sounds like a direct refusal. If you say, I'm not going to come, it suggests you had already decided earlier not to attend. The difference may be subtle, but it shows awareness of timing and intention. Interactive practice helps build mastery. Take a positive sentence and change it into a negative one. I will succeed. Change it to I won't fail. Or I am going to study tonight. Change it to I'm not going to study tonight. Try another one. I will be traveling tomorrow. Change it to I won't be traveling tomorrow. This rewriting exercise strengthens your understanding of structure. Now let us try rapid correction. Which is correct? I won't to go, or I won't go. The second one is correct because after won't, we use the base form, which is correct. I am not go to attend, or I am not going to attend. The second one follows the proper pattern. Identifying errors quickly trains your mind to avoid them in real conversation. Say this sentence aloud. I won't give up. Feel the rhythm. Notice how natural it sounds. Speaking negative forms confidently allows you to express determination and motivation. In personal development, you might say, I won't stop learning. In professional life, you might say, we won't miss the deadline. These sentences communicate clarity and commitment. Negative forms are not about pessimism. They are about boundaries and honesty. They allow you to communicate what will not happen just as clearly as what will happen. That balance is essential in real communication. As you continue practicing, remember the key patterns. Won't base verb. Aim is are, not going to base verb. Won't be verbing. Won't have past participle. Won't have been verbing. If you keep these structures clear in your mind, mistakes disappear. When students master negative future forms, they no longer hesitate when expressing refusal, canceled plans, or impossibility. They speak with clarity and confidence. They understand the difference between instant refusal and prior decision, and they eliminate the small structural errors that often create confusion. Negative future forms give you power over your language. They allow you to say what you will not accept, what will not happen, and what will not be completed. And that clarity builds strong, confident communication. Chapter 13. Time Expressions. If grammar is the engine of a sentence, time expressions are the steering wheel. They guide direction. They tell us when something will happen, how long it will last, or what will be finished before another moment. Without time markers, future sentences feel incomplete or unclear. When you understand time expressions deeply, choosing the correct future tense becomes much easier and far more logical. Let us begin with the most common and simple future time words. Words like tomorrow, next week, next month, and next year clearly move an action into the future. If you say, I will study tomorrow, the word tomorrow makes the time reference clear. If you say, I am meeting my manager next week, the phrase next week signals a future arrangement. These simple markers are powerful because they immediately answer the question, when? Now consider words like soon and later. These are less specific but still point to the future. I will call you later. She is going to start soon. These expressions do not give an exact time, but they still move the action forward from the present. Even without a specific date, the listener understands that the event has not happened yet. One particularly important structure is in time. For example, in 5 minutes, in 2 days, in 3 years. If you say, I will finish in 2 hours, you are measuring how long from now until completion. This is different from by in 2 hours. This is different from by in 2 hours means 2 hours from this moment. By 2 hours would not be correct in that context. Understanding the difference between in and by prevents confusion. Now, let us explore words that strongly influence tense choice. especially with future perfect. The words by and by the time are strong signals for future perfect because they indicate completion before a future point. For example, by 6 p.m., I will have finished. The word by tells us that the action must be completed before that time. By the time you arrive, I will have left. The phrase by the time signals two future events where one will be completed before the other. When you see by in a sentence about the future, your mind should immediately consider future perfect. Words like before and after also organize events clearly. I will call you after I arrive. She will finish before the meeting starts. Notice that in time clauses like after I arrive, we do not use will in the clause itself. We say after I arrive, not after I will arrive. These connectors create a relationship between two events in the future. Another important phrase is this time tomorrow. If you say, this time tomorrow, I will be traveling, you are imagining yourself at that exact future moment. This expression often signals future continuous because it focuses on what will be happening at that specific time. Similarly, phrases like at 8 p.m. or at this time next week suggest that an action will be in progress at that moment. For example, at 8 p.m., I will be studying. These signals guide you toward future continuous rather than simple future. Let us compare in 5 years and by 5 years. If you say, in 5 years I will move abroad, you are pointing to a future moment 5 years from now. But if you say, by 2030 I will have moved abroad, you are emphasizing completion before 2030. The preposition changes the tense naturally. These small words make a big difference. Interactive practice helps build this awareness. Imagine a sentence that includes the phrase, by next month, which tense fits best. Often, future perfect works well. By next month, I will have completed the course. Now imagine the phrase, at 9 p.m. tomorrow. That likely suggests future continuous. At 9 p.m. tomorrow, I will be watching a movie. When you see the time phrase first, it guides your tense choice. Try this mental quiz. Which tense fits best with this time tomorrow? I will be working. Which tense fits best with by the time the meeting begins? I will have prepared everything. Which tense fits with next week? That could be simple future or going to, depending on context. I will start next week if it is a decision. I am going to start next week if it is a prior plan. Now let us move into speaking practice. Talk about tomorrow. Say 3 sentences. One with tomorrow, one with at this time tomorrow, and one with by tomorrow evening. For example, tomorrow I will visit my friend. At this time tomorrow, I will be having lunch. By tomorrow evening, I will have completed my assignment. Notice how the time marker changes the tense naturally. Now talk about 5 years from now. You might say, in 5 years, I will be living in a different city. Or, by 5 years from now, I will have gained valuable experience. Then think about by 2030. By 2030, I will have achieved my goals. These expressions help you practice different perspectives on future time. Time expressions are not random decorations in a sentence. They are signals. They guide the listener and help you select the correct tense. When you see by, think completion. When you see at this time, think action in progress. When you see next week, consider whether the decision is instant or planned. When you see in 5 years, imagine the future moment clearly. Students who master time expressions stop feeling confused about which tense to use. They look at the time marker first and let it guide their choice. Grammar becomes a logical response to context. Instead of guessing between future simple, future continuous, or future perfect, they let the time phrase lead them. Understanding time expressions deeply transforms your future tense usage. It makes your communication clearer, more organized, and more natural. Once you begin noticing these signals in conversations, books, and movies, you will see how consistently they guide structure. And when you use them intentionally, your English becomes precise and confident. Chapter 14. Scheduled Future Time. There is something interesting about English that surprises many learners the first time they notice it. Sometimes we talk about the future without using will or going to at all. Instead, we use the present simple tense. Yes, the present simple. And yet the meaning is completely about the future. This happens when we talk about fixed schedules, timetables, and official events. Understanding this idea will make your English sound more natural and more accurate. The structure is simple because it is the present simple tense. Subject base verb or base verb s for he, she, it. For example, the train leaves at 7 a.m., the movie starts at 9, school begins next Monday. Grammatically, these sentences look like they describe the present, but the time expressions clearly show future meaning. The action has not happened yet. It is scheduled to happen later. This use of present simple is very common when we talk about timetables and official arrangements. Think about flights. The flight departs at 10 p.m. Think about public transport. The bus arrives at 8:30. Think about television programs. The show starts at 7. In all these examples, the event is fixed. It does not depend on your decision. It follows a schedule created by an organization or system. That is why English uses present simple. Let us look at another example. School begins next Monday. Even though next Monday clearly refers to the future, we do not say school will begin next Monday in normal conversation when referring to the official calendar. We use present simple because the event is part of a timetable. It is already decided and arranged by the institution. Now let us contrast this with going to and will. If you say, I am going to start school next Monday, that focuses on your personal plan. If you say, school begins next Monday, that focuses on the official schedule. The difference is about who controls the event. Present simple is used when the schedule exists independently of you. Going to is used when you personally plan something. Consider another example. The meeting starts at 3 p.m. That sounds natural and common in business environments in the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and beyond. If you say, the meeting will start at 3 p.m., it is not completely wrong, but it may sound less natural when referring to a fixed timetable. English speakers often prefer present simple for these situations. This is one of the most common mistakes learners make. They overuse will because they believe every future reference requires it. For example, saying, "The train will leave at 7 a.m." is grammatically possible, but when talking about a printed timetable, "the train leaves at 7 a.m." sounds more standard and natural. The schedule is fixed, it is not a prediction or decision. Let us think about why this works. Present simple often describes facts, routines, and general truths. A timetable is treated as a fact. It is something officially decided. That is why English uses the same structure. Even though the time is in the future, the schedule itself is considered certain and fixed. Now let us practice mentally. Imagine your weekly calendar. You might say, "My English class starts at 6 p.m. on Tuesday. The company meeting begins at 9 a.m. on Friday. The conference ends on Saturday." These sentences use present simple because they describe fixed events in a schedule. Here is an interactive exercise for you. Create a weekly schedule for yourself. Think about work, classes, appointments, or regular activities. Now describe it using present simple. For example, "I work from 9 to 5 on weekdays. My gym session starts at 7 a.m. on Monday. The team meeting takes place on Wednesday." Notice how natural this feels once you connect it to a timetable. Now try a mini speaking challenge. Describe your week using schedules. Speak aloud if possible. "On Monday, my class begins at 10 a.m. On Wednesday, the meeting starts at 3 p.m. On Friday, the movie night starts at 8 p.m. Practicing aloud strengthens your fluency and reinforces this pattern in your mind. Let us clarify one more contrast. If you personally decide right now to watch a movie tomorrow, you say, "I will watch a movie tomorrow," or "I am going to watch a movie tomorrow." But if you are talking about the cinema's official program, you say, "The movie starts at 9." The first sentence is about your plan. The second sentence is about a fixed timetable. Understanding this difference prevents confusion. Present simple for scheduled events. Going to for personal plans. Will for instant decisions or predictions. Each structure has its place. This usage appears frequently in news reports and announcements. For example, "The president arrives tomorrow." "The festival begins next week." "The competition ends on Sunday." These are official, organized events with fixed times. That is why present simple is used. Once you recognize this pattern, you will start noticing it everywhere. On train station boards, on flight information screens, in school calendars, in conference programs. Present simple quietly carries future meaning in these contexts. When learners understand scheduled future clearly, they stop forcing will into every future sentence. They begin sounding more natural and precise. They recognize that grammar depends on context, not just time reference. Mastering scheduled future means understanding that fixed events follow fixed structures. When something is part of a timetable or official program, present simple is often the correct choice. And once you use it confidently, your English becomes clearer, smoother, and more authentic. Chapter 15. Arranged Future. Picture your calendar for a moment. There is a dentist appointment on Tuesday at 4 p.m., a dinner with friends on Friday night, a job interview next Monday morning. These are not random ideas in your head. They are confirmed arrangements. The time is set, the other person knows, it is organized. In English, when we talk about these kinds of future plans, we often use the present continuous tense. Yes, the present continuous, but with future meaning. The structure is simple and familiar. Am, is, are verbing. For example, I am meeting the doctor tomorrow. We are having dinner tonight. She is starting her new job next week. Grammatically, this looks like present continuous, but the time expression clearly shows the future. The key idea here is arrangement. Something has already been planned and often confirmed with another person. When you say, I am meeting the doctor tomorrow, it usually means the appointment is already booked. The clinic has your name. The time is scheduled. It is not just an idea, it is organized. That is why present continuous works so well here. It communicates certainty and preparation. Now compare this with going to. If you say, I am going to see a doctor, it sounds more like intention. It may not be scheduled yet. It could be a decision you just made. But if you say, I am seeing the doctor tomorrow at 4 p.m., it feels more concrete. There is an arrangement. The time is fixed. Let us look at social plans. We are having dinner tonight. This usually means the restaurant is chosen, the time is set, and the other people are informed. It is more than a simple idea, it is organized. Similarly, she is starting her new job next week suggests that the job contract is signed and everything is arranged. This structure is extremely common in everyday conversation across different English-speaking regions. In the USA, someone might say, I'm meeting my manager tomorrow. In the UK, we're visiting our grandparents this weekend. In India, I'm attending a seminar next week. In South Korea, I'm meeting my team on Monday. The pattern is universal. Present continuous for arranged future events. Now let us contrast it clearly with scheduled future, which uses present simple. The train leaves at 7 a.m. describes an official timetable. I am leaving at 7 a.m. describes your personal arrangement. One refers to a system schedule. The other refers to your organized plan. This distinction helps avoid confusion. Let us also compare it again with going to. If you say, I am going to study tonight, that expresses intention. You may or may not have arranged anything specific. If you say, I am studying with my friend tonight at 6 p.m., that feels more confirmed. There is a clear plan involving another person or a fixed time. Arrangement is stronger than simple intention. Common mistakes happen when learners forget the verb be. Some say, I'm meeting my friend tomorrow. That is incorrect because present continuous requires am, is, are. It must be, I am meeting my friend tomorrow. Others may say, I am meet my friend, forgetting the ing form. The structure must stay complete. Am is are verbing. Now let us practice together. Think of 5 arranged plans in your life. Maybe you have a class tomorrow. Maybe you are visiting family next weekend. Maybe you are attending a conference next month. Write sentences like, I am attending a workshop next Friday. I am meeting my cousin this Sunday. I am having a presentation next week. This exercise strengthens your ability to use the structure naturally. Here is a comment challenge for you. Answer this question: what are you doing this weekend? Use present continuous in your answer. For example, I am visiting my parents this weekend. Or, I am finishing a project. Saying it aloud builds fluency and confidence. This tense is especially helpful in professional communication. Instead of saying, I will meet the client tomorrow, which can sound like a promise or decision, you can say, I am meeting the client tomorrow at 10 a.m. That sounds organized and clear. It communicates that the meeting is already arranged. It also adds warmth in social contexts. We are celebrating her birthday tomorrow. That sentence feels personal and planned. It suggests coordination and connection. Understanding arranged future helps you speak about your life in a structured way. It shows that your plans are real and confirmed. It separates intention from arrangement. And once you master this difference, your English becomes more precise. Remember the key principle. Use present continuous when the future event is arranged and confirmed, often involving other people or specific timing. Look for time expressions like tomorrow, tonight, next week, this weekend. When you combine them with am is are verbing, you create clear, confident future meaning. When learners confidently use present continuous for arranged plans, they stop overusing will and going to. They start sounding natural in everyday conversation. They describe meetings, appointments, and social plans smoothly and accurately. And that confidence transforms simple grammar into effective communication. Chapter 16. Future in conditionals. Life is full of if moments. If you work hard, you succeed. If you save money, you feel secure. If you practice English, you improve. These cause and effect relationships are expressed in English through conditional sentences. When we talk about real and possible situations in the future, we use what is called the first conditional. Understanding this structure clearly will help you speak about possibilities, consequences, warnings, promises, and advice with confidence. The structure of the first conditional is beautifully logical. If present simple, will base verb. For example, if it rains, we will stay home. Notice something very important here. Even though the sentence talks about the future, the verb after if is in the present simple. We do not say, if it will rain. We say, if it rains. This is one of the most important rules in English future grammar. Let us look carefully at the example. If you study, you will pass. The first part, called the condition clause, uses present simple. If you study. The second part, called the result clause, uses will base verb, you will pass. The condition must happen first. If the condition is true, the result becomes possible. This structure is used when the situation is real and possible in the future. It is not imaginary. It is not impossible. It is a realistic cause and effect relationship. If you wake up early, you will catch the train. If you practice every day, you will improve. These sentences express logic and natural consequence. Now let us examine the most common mistake. Many learners say, if it will rain, we will stay home. That is incorrect. After if, we do not use will in first conditional sentences. The correct form is, if it rains, we will stay home. Remember this clearly. Present simple in the if clause. Will in the result clause. Let us practice with more examples. If she calls, I will answer. If they arrive late, we will start without them. If you don't hurry, you will miss the bus. Notice that the structure stays the same even when the sentence is negative. If you don't study, you will fail. The grammar remains consistent. Now I want you to think actively. Complete this sentence in your mind. If I work hard this year, I will finish it with something meaningful. Maybe you say, I will achieve my goals. Now try another one. If I save money, I will finish. Maybe I will travel next summer. Speaking these sentences aloud helps you internalize the pattern. Let us extend this idea with a life advice exercise. Create a motivational sentence. For example, if you believe in yourself, you will grow stronger. Or, if you keep learning, you will succeed. These sentences are powerful because they connect action and outcome. They are practical and encouraging. Now, let us introduce a slightly more advanced layer. In addition to if English, also uses words like unless, as soon as, and when in future time clauses. For example, unless you try, you will never know. Notice that try is in present simple. We do not say, unless you will try. Another example is, as soon as she arrives, we will start. Again, the verb in the time clause is present simple, not future, when works in the same way. When I finish my work, I will call you. Even though finish refers to the future, we do not say, when I will finish. The rule remains consistent. In time clauses referring to the future, we use present simple, not will. This rule applies in American English, British English, Indian English, and other global varieties. Understanding this rule is essential because it appears constantly in real conversation. Imagine a business setting. If the client agrees, we will sign the contract. When the meeting ends, we will discuss the next steps. Imagine a classroom. If you complete the assignment, you will receive feedback. These patterns are everywhere. Let us contrast correct and incorrect forms clearly. Wrong. If you will study, you will pass. Correct. If you study, you will pass. Wrong. When she will arrive, we will leave. Correct. When she arrives, we will leave. Seeing the comparison makes the rule stronger in your mind. Now, let us practice a short interactive activity. I will give you a beginning and you complete it. If it is sunny tomorrow, I will say your answer. Unless you finish your homework, you will complete it. As soon as I get home, I will finish it naturally. These small exercises train your thinking speed. First conditional is practical because it helps you talk about real decisions and consequences. It allows you to give advice, make promises, give warnings, and explain outcomes. If you drive carefully, you will stay safe. If you don't listen, you will miss important information. These sentences are clear and logical. When learners master future in conditionals, they stop making the common if-will mistake. They begin to see that grammar follows patterns of meaning. Present simple in the condition, will in the result. The formula becomes automatic. The beauty of the first conditional lies in its simplicity. It connects action and result in a clean, logical way. Once you use it confidently, you can express future possibilities naturally in conversations, professional settings, academic discussions, and everyday life. Mastering this structure means mastering one of the most powerful patterns in English. It means you can speak about cause and effect in the future clearly and correctly, and that clarity strengthens both your grammar and your message. Chapter 17: Future Time Clauses. There is a small rule in English that causes big confusion. It looks simple, but learners across the world repeat the same mistake again and again. They say, "When I will arrive, I will call you." It sounds logical, it feels natural, but it is wrong. And today, you are going to understand exactly why. When we use time connectors such as when, before, after, as soon as, until, and while to talk about the future, we do not use will in the time clause. Even though the meaning is about the future, the verb in the time clause stays in the present simple. This rule is not optional. It is one of the most important rules in future grammar. Let us start with when. The correct sentence is, I will call you when I arrive. Notice the structure carefully. The main clause uses will because it expresses the future action. I will call you. But the time clause after when uses present simple. When I arrive. Not when I will arrive. The time clause behaves differently from the main clause. Now let us look at after. She will leave after she finishes. Again, the main clause uses will leave. The time clause uses finishes, not will finish. Even though the finishing happens in the future, English grammar requires present simple in the time clause. Before follows the same pattern. Finish your work before you leave. Or, in a full future sentence, I will send the email before I leave the office. The leaving is in the future, but we do not say before I will leave. We use present simple. As soon as also follows this rule. I will call you as soon as I get home. Many learners want to say, as soon as I will get home, but that is incorrect. The moment you see as soon as, your brain should remember no will in that clause. Present simple only. Until works similarly. I will wait until you arrive. The waiting is future. The arrival is future. But the arrival clause uses present simple, not until you will arrive. The same pattern continues. While can also introduce future time clauses in certain contexts. For example, I will listen to music while I study, or she will be working while I prepare dinner. Again, no will inside the time clause. Why does English work this way? Because time clauses are treated as subordinate clauses that depend on the main clause. The future meaning is already expressed by the main clause. The time clause simply tells us when the action will happen. It does not need its own will. Let us compare correct and incorrect sentences clearly. Wrong. When I will arrive, I will call you. Correct. When I arrive, I will call you. Wrong. After she will finish, she will relax. Correct. After she finishes, she will relax. Wrong. As soon as he will come, we will start. Correct. As soon as he comes, we will start. Seeing these comparisons strengthens your understanding. Now, let us move into an interactive correction exercise. I will say a sentence with a mistake. You correct it mentally. I will text you when I will reach. Pause. Correct version. I will text you when I reach. Next one. She will go home after she will complete the meeting. Correct version. She will go home after she completes the meeting. Practice like this trains your brain to catch errors automatically. Now it is your turn to create 5 future time sentences. Use different connectors. For example, when I finish this lesson, I will practice speaking. Before I go to bed, I will review my notes. As soon as I get paid, I will save money. After she arrives, we will start dinner. Until the movie ends, we will stay here. Speaking these sentences aloud helps lock the structure into your memory. Let us also look at combinations with different future forms. You can say, I will be working when you call. Notice again that call stays in present simple. Or, I will have finished before you arrive. Even though arrive refers to the future, it remains in present simple. The rule does not change just because the main clause uses future continuous or future perfect. This pattern is extremely common in professional communication. In business emails, someone might write, "When the report is ready, I will send it to you." In daily conversation, someone might say, "Call me when you arrive." These forms are everywhere. Students who master future time clauses eliminate one of the most common future errors. They stop inserting will everywhere. They recognize that grammar is not about adding more words, but about placing the correct words in the correct position. Let us repeat the rule clearly so it becomes permanent in your mind. In future time clauses introduced by when, before, after, as soon as, until, or while, use present simple. Do not use will in the time clause. The future meaning is carried by the main clause. When you internalize this pattern, your sentences become cleaner and more natural. You begin to sound like someone who truly understands how English time works. You stop translating directly from your first language. You start thinking in English structure. Mastery of future time clauses builds confidence because it removes hesitation. You no longer pause and wonder, should I use will here? You know the answer. The rule is clear, and clarity brings fluency. Chapter 18. Predictions and Evidence. Every day you make predictions. You look at the sky and say it is going to rain. You watch the news and think prices will rise. You imagine your future and believe you will succeed. Prediction is not just grammar. It is how we think about tomorrow. In English, different future forms express different types of predictions. When you understand those differences clearly, your speech becomes more precise and more intelligent. Let us begin with opinion-based prediction. This is where will is most common. When you use will for prediction, you are expressing belief, opinion, or personal judgment without strong visible evidence. For example, I think it will rain. The phrase I think shows opinion. You are not looking at dark clouds, you are simply predicting based on feeling or general expectation. Other examples include, she will win the competition, this movie will be amazing, people will continue using smartphones. These sentences are based on belief, not immediate physical evidence. That is why will fits naturally. It sounds like your prediction comes from thought, not observation. Now let us move to evidence-based prediction, which often uses going to. Imagine you see black clouds and strong wind. You say, look at the sky, it's going to rain. Here, the prediction is based on clear evidence. You are not guessing randomly, you are observing something that makes the result likely. Another example is, be careful, you're going to fall. Maybe someone is standing on a chair and losing balance. The evidence is visible. That is why going to works better than will in that moment. The structure communicates that the prediction comes from what you can see or logically observe. Now, let us explore logical future predictions using future perfect. For example, by 2050, technology will have changed dramatically. This prediction looks at a future point and assumes that by that time, change will already be complete. The focus is on completion before a certain year. Future perfect is powerful in academic and professional contexts. By next year, scientists will have developed new solutions. This structure does not just predict change, it predicts completion by a specific time. That adds precision to your prediction. Future continuous can also express prediction, especially when imagining ongoing future scenes. For example, this time tomorrow, we will be celebrating. This form creates a picture of action in progress. It is not just about what will happen, it is about what will be happening at that specific moment. Imagine talking about technology again. In 10 years, people will be using artificial intelligence in daily life. That sentence predicts ongoing activity. It focuses on the action in progress at a future time rather than simple occurrence. Now, let us compare these prediction types clearly. If you say, I think prices will rise, you are expressing opinion. If you say, look at the market trends, prices are going to rise, you are using evidence. If you say, by next year, prices will have increased significantly, you are predicting completed change. If you say, in 5 years, people will be paying mostly online, you are predicting ongoing behavior. Each structure gives a slightly different perspective. Let us make this interactive. Think about technology. What do you predict about artificial intelligence? Say it aloud. Artificial intelligence will become more advanced. That is opinion. Now add evidence. Look at recent developments. Artificial intelligence is going to change education. Now predict completion. By 2035, AI will have transformed many industries. Finally, imagine ongoing action. In 10 years, students will be learning with AI tools every day. Now think about your country. My country will grow economically. That is opinion. With new policies, the economy is going to improve. That suggests evidence. By 2030, the country will have built new infrastructure. That predicts completion. In the future, people will be working in more digital jobs. That predicts ongoing activity. Now, think about your personal growth. I will improve my English. That is belief. With daily practice, I am going to become more confident. That suggests evidence and plan. By next year, I will have completed advanced training. That predicts achievement. In 5 years, I will be leading important projects. That imagines ongoing future action. Prediction is powerful because it shapes how we talk about possibility and progress. Choosing the correct form makes your message clearer. When you speak with precision, you show deeper understanding of both grammar and meaning. Here is a comment challenge for you. Answer this question. What will your life look like in 5 years? Use at least 2 different future forms in your answer. For example, in 5 years, I will be working in my dream field, and I will have achieved several personal goals. Writing and speaking your predictions strengthens both grammar and confidence. Students who master prediction types stop using will for everything. They begin noticing whether their prediction is based on opinion, evidence, completion, or ongoing action. Grammar becomes a tool for expressing subtle differences in thought. When you clearly understand prediction forms, you communicate with intelligence and nuance. You do not simply talk about the future, you explain how you see it unfolding. And that ability makes your English expressive, confident, and mature. Chapter 19. Business Future. Step into a professional setting for a moment. Imagine you are in a meeting room. A presentation slide is on the screen. A manager says, "We will launch next quarter." Another colleague adds, "The team will be working remotely during the transition." Someone else explains, "By December, we will have completed the project." These sentences are not just grammar exercises. They are tools for leadership, planning, and clarity. In business communication, future tense is everywhere. In professional environments, the future tense helps describe strategy, timelines, commitments, and expectations. It appears in emails, meetings, presentations, contracts, and long-term planning documents. Understanding how to use it correctly makes your communication sound confident and precise. Let us begin with future simple in business contexts. We will launch next quarter. This sentence expresses a decision or official commitment. It sounds direct and confident. In presentations across the USA or Europe, managers frequently use will to communicate strong intention. We will expand our market. We will improve customer service. We will increase efficiency. The tone is firm and professional. Future continuous is often used to describe ongoing work during a future period. For example, the team will be working remotely next month. This does not describe a one-time action. It describes an ongoing situation during that period. In meetings, you might hear, "We will be reviewing the proposal next week." This form sounds organized and structured because it focuses on process, not just action. Future perfect is powerful in professional planning because it emphasizes completion before a deadline. By December, we will have completed the project. This sentence communicates responsibility and timeline awareness. It shows that the team understands deadlines. In contracts or formal planning documents, future perfect helps define targets clearly. By the end of the fiscal year, the company will have reduced costs by 10%. That sentence expresses measurable achievement. Present continuous also appears frequently in business communication when referring to arranged plans. We are meeting investors tomorrow. This suggests a confirmed appointment. The meeting is already scheduled. It is not just an idea. Similarly, "we are presenting the strategy next Friday" indicates preparation and confirmation. Now, let us compare formal and informal usage, especially between will and going to. In business contexts, will often sounds more formal and decisive. We will implement new policies. We will respond within 24 hours. Going to is sometimes used in informal meetings or conversations, but can sound slightly less formal. For example, "we are going to improve the system." In many professional settings, especially written communication, will is preferred because it sounds more official. However, going to still has a place. It can express planned strategy when speaking informally within a team. For example, "we're going to focus on customer feedback next month." In casual internal discussions, this sounds natural. The key is understanding tone and context. Let us look at email examples. A formal email might say, "we will provide an update by Friday." This sounds clear and professional. In contrast, a less formal internal message might say, "we're going to share the results tomorrow." Both are correct, but the tone differs slightly. Now consider presentations. A speaker might say, "in the next phase, we will be expanding into new markets." That future continuous form communicates planned ongoing action. Or, "by 2026, we will have established partnerships in 3 regions." That future perfect form communicates achievement before a specific time. Contracts also use future tense for obligations. The company will deliver the product within 30 days. The word "will" expresses commitment and legal responsibility. Precision matters here. Let us move into interactive practice. Imagine you are launching a small business. Write a short paragraph describing your future plans. For example, "next year we will launch a new service. Our team will be working closely with clients to improve quality. By the end of the year, we will have expanded into 2 new markets. We are meeting potential investors next month." Writing a paragraph like this helps you integrate different future forms naturally. Now, speak it aloud. Notice how each tense serves a purpose. Future simple expresses commitment. Future continuous describes process. Future perfect shows completion before deadlines. Present continuous describes arranged meetings. Professional communication is not just about correct grammar. It is about clarity, confidence, and responsibility. When you say, "We will complete the project," you make a commitment. When you say, "We will be reviewing progress next week," you show structured planning. When you say, "By next quarter we will have achieved our targets," you communicate accountability. Students who master business future forms gain an advantage. They can participate confidently in meetings. They can write clear emails. They can present strategic plans effectively. Their English sounds professional and organized. Future tense in business is not random. Each structure reflects a specific intention: commitment, ongoing action; completion before deadline; confirmed arrangement. Once you understand these distinctions, you stop guessing and start choosing with purpose. When you apply future tense professionally, your language becomes a leadership tool. You speak about strategy with clarity, you describe timelines with precision, you present goals with confidence, and that confidence strengthens your communication in any professional environment around the world. Chapter 20. Storytelling Future. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your life 5 years from now. Where are you living? What are you doing? Who is standing beside you? The future tense is not just grammar, it is imagination. It is vision. It is storytelling. When you understand how to use all future forms together, you do more than speak correctly. You speak powerfully. You describe dreams, plans, achievements, and ongoing journeys with confidence and clarity. Future tense is deeply connected to goals. When you say, "I will start," you are making a commitment. That is future simple. It sounds decisive and strong. It feels like the moment you choose direction. When you say, "I am going to build something meaningful," you are expressing intention and plan. That sounds deliberate and thoughtful. Each future form carries a different emotional weight, and when you use them intentionally, your message becomes richer. Let us imagine you are writing a motivational speech. You stand in front of an audience and say, "I will start today. I am going to build a better version of myself. By next year, I will have achieved important milestones. In 5 years, I will be working in a field I truly love." Notice how these sentences flow naturally together. You move from decision to intention to completion to ongoing future life. This is mixed future usage. This is integration. Storytelling future is about sequencing your vision clearly. It allows you to paint a timeline. For example, tomorrow I will take the first step. Next month I am going to launch my project. By the end of the year I will have built strong foundations. In 3 years I will be leading a growing team. Each sentence adds depth to the story. Each tense adds perspective. Let us apply this to a creative exercise. Write your future success story. Imagine it is 2030. You are looking back at your progress. You might write, "I will begin my journey with small daily habits. I am going to stay consistent. By next year, I will have developed strong skills. By 2030, I will have achieved my goals. I will be helping others grow." This type of writing strengthens both grammar and mindset. Future tense also works beautifully in vision statements. Businesses use it, leaders use it, individuals use it. We will create opportunities. We are going to invest in innovation. By 2028, we will have transformed our industry. We will be expanding globally. These sentences sound confident because the structure supports clarity of direction. Narrating future stories is another creative application. Imagine telling a short story about tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will wake up early. I will start my day with energy. At 10 a.m., I will be presenting my ideas. By the afternoon, I will have completed my tasks. In the evening, I will be celebrating small victories. Notice how naturally different future forms appear when you focus on sequence and timing. Let us practice a speaking exercise together. Think about 3 future goals. Speak them aloud using different future forms. For example, I will improve my communication skills. That shows commitment. I am going to practice every day. That shows intention. By next year, I will have reached an advanced level. That shows achievement before a future point. Speaking these sentences aloud reinforces structure and belief. Here is an engagement strategy for you. Share 3 future goals in the comments. Use at least 2 different future forms in your response. For example, I will start a new habit. I am going to build a healthier routine. By 2027, I will have transformed my lifestyle. Writing publicly strengthens accountability and confidence. Future tense becomes a tool of empowerment when you realize you are not just describing time, you are shaping it. Saying, I will not give up builds determination. Saying, I am going to try again builds intention. Saying, by next year I will have grown stronger builds vision. Grammar supports motivation. Many learners focus only on correctness, but Storytelling Future reminds you that grammar carries emotion. It allows you to move beyond basic sentences and create meaningful narratives. It connects your present effort with your imagined success. When you integrate all forms, future simple, going to, future continuous, future perfect, and future perfect continuous, you gain flexibility. You can describe decisions, plans, progress, completion, and ongoing life in the future. Your communication becomes expressive rather than mechanical. Students who master Storytelling Future do not just answer grammar questions correctly, they express ambition clearly. They describe their vision confidently. They communicate growth and purpose with structure and fluency. Future tense is more than a rule book. It is a language of possibility. It allows you to step into tomorrow and describe it as if it already belongs to you. And when you speak about your future with clarity and belief, you strengthen both your English and your confidence. Chapter 21: Mixed Future Forms. Real conversation does not happen in separate grammar boxes. When people speak naturally, they move between different future forms without even thinking about it. In one short discussion, someone might use will going to present continuous, future perfect, and future continuous. The difference is not random. It depends on meaning, timing, intention, and context. Learning to switch naturally between these forms is what transforms grammar knowledge into real fluency. The most important shift at this stage is mental. Instead of asking, which tense should I use, you begin asking, what do I mean? Once you focus on meaning first, the correct structure becomes clear. Grammar becomes a choice, not a memorized formula. Let us explore one simple situation: planning a trip. Imagine you and your friend are discussing travel plans. Suddenly you say, I will book the tickets now. That sentence expresses an instant decision. You are not planning it earlier, you decided in the moment. That is why will fits perfectly. Now imagine you already had the idea for weeks. You say, I am going to visit my aunt. This sentence shows intention. The plan already exists in your mind. It was not decided at this second. That slight difference in timing changes the structure naturally. Next, you confirm something specific. I am meeting her at 6 p.m. Now the plan is arranged. There is a set time, the other person knows. That is why present continuous works best here. It communicates confirmation and organization. Then you think about preparation. By next week, I will have finished packing. This sentence focuses on completion before a future point. The packing will already be done by next week. That is why future perfect is the right choice. Finally, you imagine yourself in the middle of the journey. This time tomorrow, we will be flying. Now you are describing an ongoing action at a specific future moment that calls for future continuous. One situation, five structures, five slightly different meanings. When learners understand this, everything becomes clearer. You stop memorizing, you start choosing based on purpose. Now let us deepen this practice. Take one simple idea and rewrite it in different future forms. For example, the idea is start studying English. You can say, I will start studying English tonight. That sounds like an instant decision. You can say, I am going to start studying English next month. That expresses intention. You can say, I am starting my English course next Monday. That shows arrangement. You can say, by next year I will have improved my English. That focuses on achievement. You can say, in 5 years I will be speaking English confidently. That describes ongoing ability at a future time. Notice how the meaning shifts slightly with each structure. The action is related, but the perspective changes. Tone changes. Certainty changes. Focus changes. That awareness is the key to fluency. Now pause for a moment and try a pause and transform exercise. Think of this sentence, I travel next month. Now transform it. First version, I will travel next month. That could sound like a decision or prediction. Second version, I am going to travel next month. That suggests prior plan. Third version, I am traveling next month. That implies arrangement. Fourth version, by next month I will have planned everything. That emphasizes preparation. Fifth version, this time next month I will be traveling. That describes ongoing action. Each sentence connects to the same event, but the focus changes each time. When you can do this naturally, you are thinking in meaning rather than memorized formulas. Context-driven choice is the final skill here. Imagine someone asks, when will you arrive? You answer, I will arrive at 7 p.m. Now imagine they ask about your schedule. You say, I am arriving at 7 p.m. That sounds like confirmed arrangement. Now imagine you describe preparation. By 6 p.m. I will have finished work. Each answer depends on what information the situation requires. Let us add one more example outside travel. Think about career planning. You might say, I will apply for the job. That sounds like a decision. You might say, I am going to apply next week. That sounds like intention. You might say, I am meeting the recruiter tomorrow. That shows arrangement. You might say, by next year I will have gained more experience. That emphasizes completion. You might say, in 5 years I will be leading a team. That describes an ongoing future role. Interactive challenge for you. Rewrite one sentence using three different future forms. For example, take I learn coding. Rewrite it as I will learn coding. I am going to learn coding. By next year, I will have learned coding basics. Post your versions and explain the difference in meaning. When learners practice switching between forms in one situation, their confidence grows quickly. They no longer hesitate or overuse one tense. They begin choosing based on intention, arrangement, completion, or ongoing action. The real goal is not to remember 5 separate grammar rules. The real goal is to understand how English expresses future meaning in layers: decision, plan, arrangement, completion, duration, ongoing action. Each layer has its own structure. Once you think in layers of meaning, grammar becomes flexible. Conversation becomes smoother. You respond naturally instead of translating in your head. That is the moment when learning transforms into fluency. Mixed future forms are not advanced because they are complicated. They are advanced because they require awareness of meaning. And when you train yourself to choose based on meaning, you step into a higher level of English communication. Chapter 22: Common Mistakes. Accuracy is not about being perfect. It is about noticing patterns, understanding why errors happen, and correcting them confidently. Around the world, learners from the USA to India, from Europe to South Korea, often make very similar mistakes when talking about the future. The reason is simple. Future structures overlap in meaning, and small differences in grammar can create confusion. Today, we are going to eliminate the most frequent future tense errors step by step. One of the most common mistakes globally is saying, if it will rain, we will stay home. This feels logical because the meaning is about the future. However, in first conditional sentences, the verb after if must be in present simple. The correct form is, if it rains, we will stay home. The reason is structural. In time and condition clauses, English does not use will. The future meaning is already expressed in the main clause. When learners understand this rule deeply, this error disappears. Another extremely common mistake is saying, when I will arrive, I will call you. Again, it sounds logical, but it is incorrect. After time connectors such as when, before after, as soon as, and until, we use present simple, not will. The correct sentence is, when I arrive, I will call you. The error happens because learners associate future meaning with will automatically. The solution is pattern recognition. If the sentence contains a time connector, check the clause carefully. Let us move to structural confusion. Many students say, I will going to travel. This sentence combines two future structures incorrectly. Will must be followed by a base verb. The correct version is either I will travel or I am going to travel. Never combine will and going to in the same structure. Similarly, learners sometimes say, I am will come. This mixes the auxiliary am with will modal verbs like will do not need am before them. The correct sentence is I will come. Understanding that modal verbs stand alone before the base verb prevents this mistake. Future perfect also creates confusion, especially with past participles. Some students say, by next year, I will have finish. This is incorrect because after have, we must use the past participle form of the verb. The correct version is, by next year, I will have finished. The error usually happens because learners forget irregular verb forms or treat the base form as correct. Reviewing past participles regularly strengthens accuracy. Another frequent confusion occurs between future continuous and going to. For example, a learner may say, I will be study tomorrow. That is incorrect because future continuous requires will be plus verbing. The correct form is, I will be studying tomorrow. On the other hand, I am going to studying is also incorrect because going to must be followed by the base verb. The correct form is, I am going to study. The key difference is that future continuous focuses on action in progress at a specific time, while going to focuses on intention or plan. Now let us enter the error correction lab. I will present incorrect sentences. Your task is to correct them mentally. If she will call, I will answer. The correction is, if she calls, I will answer. Next, I will going to start tomorrow. Correct it to, I am going to start tomorrow, or I will start tomorrow. Next, when they will arrive, we will eat. Correct it to, when they arrive, we will eat. Practicing corrections trains your brain to spot patterns quickly. Pattern recognition is powerful. Instead of memorizing every possible sentence, recognize triggers. If you see if at the beginning, check the verb form after it. If you see when, check for present simple. If you see will, make sure the next verb is base form. If you see will have, make sure the next verb is past participle. These mental checkpoints reduce mistakes dramatically. Pronunciation awareness is also important because some future forms sound similar to other words. For example, won't and want are often confused in pronunciation. Won't has a long O sound. Want has a short A sound. Mixing them can change meaning completely. Another example is I'll and ill. I'll is a contraction of I will ill means sick. In fast speech, they sound similar, so clear pronunciation matters. Listening carefully and practicing aloud improves clarity. Let us try a rapid correction challenge. I will list 10 incorrect examples mentally for you to fix. If it will snow, we will stay inside. She will have finished by 6 p.m. I am will call you. When he will arrive, we will start. I will be go tomorrow. They will has completed the project. I going to travel. She won't be finish. By next year, I will have study English. I am going to studying tonight. Each one has a specific pattern error. Correcting them builds confidence. Students often fear mistakes, but mistakes are part of learning. The goal is not to avoid speaking, the goal is to speak, notice, correct, and improve. When you understand why errors happen, they lose their power over you. Accuracy builds confidence. When you eliminate these common global mistakes, your English sounds clear and professional. You stop hesitating before speaking. You stop second-guessing your structure. Mastering future tense is not only about learning forms, it is about recognizing patterns, correcting errors, and understanding meaning deeply. Once you eliminate the most common mistakes, you move to a higher level of fluency. You speak with precision, you write with clarity, and you communicate about the future without confusion. Chapter 23. Native Usage Patterns. You can know every grammar rule and still sound unnatural. That happens when language is technically correct but not conversational. Native speakers do not usually say, I will call you later in every situation. They say, I'll call you later. They do not always say, I am going to go. They often say, I'm gonna go. If your goal is fluency, you must understand how future structures sound in real spoken English. One of the most common spoken features is contraction. I will becomes I'll, we will becomes will, she will becomes she'll. These contractions are not informal mistakes. They are natural spoken English. In everyday conversation in the USA, UK, Canada, Australia, and many English-speaking environments globally, people almost always use contractions when speaking casually. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk later. He'll figure it out. Contractions make speech flow smoothly. Without them, you may sound overly formal or robotic in casual conversation. That does not mean contractions are always required. In formal writing, full forms are often preferred, but in speech, contractions create natural rhythm. Another very common spoken feature is gonna, which is the informal pronunciation of going to. For example, instead of saying, I am going to start a new project, many speakers say, I'm gonna start a new project. It is important to understand that gonna is acceptable in speech but not in formal writing. You would not write it in a professional email, but you will hear it constantly in movies, conversations, and interviews. Native speakers also soften future statements. Instead of giving strong promises all the time, they often use flexible language. For example, I'll see what I can do. This does not guarantee action. It sounds polite and realistic. Another example is, we'll figure it out. That sentence expresses confidence without sounding rigid. Or, I'll let you know. This phrase is extremely common in both casual and professional communication. It sounds cooperative and natural. Future meaning is also frequently combined with modal verbs like might, may, and should. For example, I might go. This shows possibility, not certainty. I may start next week. Again, possibility. I should be there by 6 p.m. That expresses expectation. These forms soften predictions and plans. Instead of saying, I will go, which sounds definite, I might go allows flexibility. Let us look at conversational mini-scenes to see how this works in real life. Imagine two friends talking casually. One says, Are you coming tonight? The other replies, Yeah, I'll probably come after work. Notice the use of I'll and probably. The speaker avoids sounding too certain, which feels natural. Now imagine a workplace chat. A colleague asks, Can you send me the report by tomorrow? The response might be, I'll try to finish it tonight and I'll let you know. That sentence combines contraction and softening language. It sounds professional, but human. In friendly planning, someone might say, We're gonna meet at 7, right? The response could be, Yeah, I should be there on time. Notice how natural that sounds. Not overly formal, not robotic. Understanding these patterns helps you avoid sounding like a textbook. For example, if you always say, I will not be available at that time, you may sound stiff in casual conversation. A more natural version might be, I won't be free then, or even, I probably won't make it. Pronunciation plays a key role here. I'll sounds different from I will. It is shorter and smoother. Will flows quickly. Gonna blends into surrounding words. Listening practice is essential. When you watch interviews, TV shows, or business presentations, pay attention to how future forms are actually spoken. It is also important to balance natural speech with clarity. In professional environments, you may still say, "We will review the proposal next week during a formal presentation." But in a casual team discussion, you might say, "We'll look at it next week." Context determines tone. Learners who adopt native usage patterns become more confident in conversation. They stop sounding overly formal in casual situations and overly casual in formal ones. They understand when to contract and when to use full forms. They understand how to soften statements politely. Future tense is not only about grammar structure, it is also about tone and style. I will help you sounds strong and direct. I'll help you sounds friendly. I might help you sounds flexible. I should be able to help sounds cautious. Each variation communicates a different level of certainty and politeness. When you begin using these patterns naturally, your English becomes fluid. It sounds like real communication, not a memorized lesson. You start blending grammar with personality. The goal is not to copy every slang expression, but to understand rhythm and tone. Use contractions in speech. Use softening phrases when appropriate. Combine future meaning with modal verbs to express possibility and expectation. Once you internalize these native usage patterns, your English shifts from correct to authentic. You no longer sound mechanical, you sound human. And that transformation is what true fluency feels like. Chapter 24: Academic Future. In academic writing, your language must sound precise, structured, and intentional. When you write an essay, a research paper, or a formal report, future tense is not used casually. It is used strategically. In conversation, you might say, "I'll look at this topic," but in academic writing, you would say, "This study will examine the impact of climate change on coastal cities." Notice the difference. The tone is more formal, more objective, and more focused. Future tense in academic contexts often appears in introductions and methodology sections. For example, this paper will analyze the relationship between technology and education. This does not mean the analysis has not happened yet. Instead, it tells the reader what the paper is designed to do. It guides the reader forward. It creates structure. Academic future tense is about intention and organization. Common academic phrases include, "This study will examine." "The results will demonstrate." "The findings will suggest." And "the research will contribute to" these sentences. Set expectations. They prepare the reader for what is coming. They are not dramatic. They are clear and professional. Another important structure is the future perfect in academic writing. For example, by the end of the study, the researcher will have collected data from 500 participants. This structure emphasizes completion before a future point. It is often used in research proposals and project descriptions. It shows planning and timeline awareness. Similarly, you might write, "By the conclusion of this experiment, the data will have revealed patterns in student performance." The focus is on completed results at a specific future stage. Academic writing requires a different tone from casual speech. Instead of contractions like "I'll" or "will" formal, writing usually uses full forms such as "I will" and "we will." Instead of saying, "We're going to test this theory," academic writing would say, "The researchers will test this theory." Notice how the subject also changes. Academic writing often avoids personal pronouns and focuses on the study or research itself. Future continuous can also appear in formal contexts. For example, the researcher will be analyzing survey responses over a 6-month period. This structure emphasizes an ongoing action in the future. It is especially useful when describing procedures, schedules, or planned research stages. It creates a sense of structured progression. In academic essays, future tense can signal predictions based on theory. For example, the results will likely indicate a strong correlation between exercise and mental health. This type of sentence expresses a reasoned expectation, not a random guess. Academic predictions are usually supported by logic or previous research. That is why tone matters. Instead of emotional language, academic future statements are controlled and evidence-based. Let us compare formal and casual tone more clearly. Casual. I'm going to talk about social media academic. This essay will discuss the influence of social media on communication patterns. Casual, we'll see what happens. Academic. The analysis will determine the outcome of the proposed strategy. The grammar is similar, but vocabulary and structure create professionalism. Future perfect is particularly powerful in formal writing. Consider this example. By the end of the semester, students will have developed critical thinking skills. This emphasizes measurable progress. Or, by 2030, researchers will have identified more sustainable energy solutions. This shows projected completion within a clear time frame. It is also important to avoid overusing will. Academic writing can sometimes sound repetitive if every sentence begins with, "This study will earth." To avoid this, vary your structure. For example, the study aims to investigate or the research seeks to analyze. These alternatives maintain a formal tone without repeating the same pattern. Now consider practical application. Imagine you are writing a short research proposal about education. You might begin with, "This research will examine the impact of digital tools on student engagement." The study will involve surveys and classroom observations. By the end of the data collection period, the researcher will have gathered responses from over 200 students. The findings will contribute to a deeper understanding of technology in modern classrooms. Notice how future tense organizes the structure logically. Interactive practice is essential. Try writing a short, academic-style paragraph about a topic you care about. Begin with, "This paper will." Then include one future continuous sentence describing an ongoing process and one future perfect sentence describing completion. For example, if your topic is environmental sustainability, you might write about what your research will examine, how you will collect data, and what will have been achieved by the end. Another effective exercise is rewriting casual sentences into academic ones. Change "I'm going to explain why exercise is good" into "This essay will explain the benefits of regular exercise." Change "We're gonna test students" into the researchers will conduct assessments with participating students. This practice trains your mind to adjust tone automatically. Academic future tense is not about sounding complicated, it is about clarity and structure. It tells the reader what will happen in the paper. It signals stages of research. It outlines expectations. It emphasizes completion and analysis. For students in the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and many other regions, academic writing standards may vary slightly, but the core principles remain the same. Clarity, formality, and logical structure are universal. Future tense supports those goals. When you master academic future usage, you gain more than grammar knowledge. You gain confidence in essays, research proposals, presentations, and professional writing. You understand when to use will, when to use future perfect, and how to maintain a formal tone without sounding artificial. The future tense in academic writing is a tool of organization. It is a promise to the reader about what the text will accomplish. When used correctly, it builds trust and credibility. And once you can control tone and structure, your writing becomes not only correct, but powerful and professional. Chapter 25: Future in IELTS. If you are preparing for IELTS, future tense is not just grammar, it is strategy. In the exam, especially in speaking and writing, examiners listen carefully to how naturally and accurately you talk about plans, predictions, goals, and possibilities. Many candidates know the structures, but they hesitate or repeat will again and again. High scores come from variety, clarity, and confidence. In IELTS Speaking Part 1, you may hear questions like, "What will you do in the future?" or "Where will you be in 5 years?" These questions test more than vocabulary. They test your ability to organize ideas and use appropriate future forms. Instead of giving a short answer like, "I will work," expand it. For example, "In the next 5 years, I will probably focus on building my career. I am going to complete a master's degree first, and by the time I finish it, I will have gained valuable experience through internships." Notice how multiple future forms are used naturally. That variety shows control. In Speaking Part 2, you may describe a future plan or ambition. For example, you might be asked to describe something you hope to achieve. A strong response could sound like this: "I am going to start my own business in the next few years. Initially, I will focus on online services, and by the end of the first year, I will have developed a strong customer base. I believe it will be challenging, but I will learn a lot during the process." This answer includes intention, prediction, and future perfect, all structured smoothly. IELTS Writing Task 1 often requires describing data trends. When graphs show future projections, you must use future forms carefully. For example, the graph predicts that sales will increase steadily over the next decade, or the number of users is expected to rise significantly by 2030. Notice that academic tone matters here. Instead of saying, "It's going to go up," you would say, "The figures are projected to increase." The future tense in Task 1 is usually formal and objective. IELTS Writing Task 2 often includes questions about future problems or solutions. For example, what measures should governments take to solve this issue in the future? In this case, you may use structured reasoning. A strong paragraph might follow a model: opinion, explanation, future implication. For example, governments should invest more in renewable energy. This will reduce dependence on fossil fuels and protect the environment. As a result, future generations will benefit from cleaner air and improved public health. The logic is clear and structured. When answering future-related questions in writing task 2, avoid overusing simple will. Instead of repeating, "It will improve society," vary your language. You can say, "This approach is likely to improve society," or "Such measures are expected to create long-term benefits." These variations demonstrate range. Let us consider a sample IELTS speaking question. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? A weak answer would be, "I will be successful." A stronger answer could be, "In 10 years, I hope I will have established myself in my profession. I will probably be working in a leadership position, and I am going to continue developing my skills through continuous learning." This response uses future simple, future perfect, and going to naturally. Another common IELTS question is about technology and the future. For example, how will technology change education? A well-structured answer might be, "I believe technology will transform education significantly. Students will have access to more interactive learning tools, and teachers will be using advanced digital platforms in classrooms. By 2035, traditional textbooks will have been replaced in many schools." This shows prediction and future perfect clearly. Practice is essential. Try answering this question aloud. What are your plans for the next year? Structure your answer in 3 parts. First, state your main intention using going to, then add a prediction using will. Finally, include a future perfect sentence about what you will have achieved. For example, next year, I am going to focus on improving my English skills. I believe I will become more confident in speaking. By the end of the year, I will have completed several language courses. This format builds fluency and organization. Another useful exercise is timed writing. Choose a topic such as environmental issues, education reform, or career development. Write a short paragraph using at least 3 different future structures. Then review it and check accuracy. Ask yourself, did I use the correct auxiliary? Did I choose the right structure for prediction or intention? Pronunciation also matters in speaking. Be careful with contractions. "I'll" must sound clear, not like "ill won't" must not sound like "want." Examiners notice clarity. Slow down slightly when using future perfect or future continuous structures to maintain accuracy. IELTS success is not about complicated grammar, it is about appropriate grammar. When you use future tense correctly and flexibly, you demonstrate control. You show that you can discuss long-term ideas, hypothetical situations, and structured plans. For learners across the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and beyond, IELTS represents opportunity. Mastering future tense equips you to speak about ambition, vision, and solutions confidently. When you walk into that exam room and hear a question about the future, you will not panic. You will organize your ideas clearly, vary your structures naturally, and express your thoughts with precision. Future tense in IELTS is not random grammar. It is structured communication. And when you practice with intention, your responses will sound organized, confident, and exam ready. Chapter 26, Fluency Drills. Knowing the rules is one thing. Using them without hesitation is something completely different. Fluency does not come from memorizing charts. It comes from repetition, speed, rhythm, and confidence. If you still pause before choosing between will and going to, that simply means your brain needs more active training. That is exactly what fluency drills are designed to do. Fluency drills train automatic response. When someone asks, "What are you doing tomorrow?" you should not mentally search for grammar formulas. The answer should flow naturally. These drills move future tense from slow thinking into fast speaking. They strengthen neural connections. They build instinct. The first drill type is the instant decision drill. This focuses on spontaneous choices using will. The teacher gives a situation, and the student responds immediately. For example, the teacher says, "The phone is ringing." The student answers, "I'll answer it." The teacher says, "The doorbell is ringing." The student responds, "I'll get it." The key is speed. No long thinking, just natural reaction. This drill builds confidence in future simple for quick decisions. The second drill type is the prediction drill. The teacher gives a scenario and the student predicts using will or going to. For example, you see dark clouds. The student says, "It's going to rain." Another example, technology is improving rapidly. The student replies, "Technology will change education." This drill strengthens understanding of evidence-based and opinion-based predictions. The timeline drill trains awareness of time expressions. The teacher says a future time phrase, and the student forms a complete sentence using the correct tense. For example, the teacher says, "By next year." The student says, "By next year, I will have completed my degree." The teacher says, "At 8 p.m. tomorrow." The student replies, "At 8 p.m. tomorrow, I will be studying." This drill helps students instantly connect time signals to correct structures. The future perfect transformation drill is slightly more advanced. The teacher gives a simple future sentence, and the student transforms it into future perfect. For example, the teacher says, "I will finish the project." The student responds, "By Friday, I will have finished the project." Another example, "She will graduate." The student transforms it into, "By next summer, she will have graduated." This strengthens understanding of completion before a future point. The conditional future drill focuses on first conditional structures. The teacher begins with an if clause, and the student completes it naturally. For example, if it rains at Bay Ardadius Lake, the student says, "We will stay home." Another example, if you practice daily lake, the student responds, "You will improve quickly." Speed and accuracy are important here. Avoid saying, "If it will rain." The goal is automatic correct structure. Now imagine a rapid-fire exercise. The teacher says a time expression every 5 seconds. Tomorrow morning. The student responds instantly, "I am meeting my friend tomorrow morning by 2030. The student says, "By 2030, renewable energy will have expanded significantly. This time next week." The student answers, This time next week, I will be traveling. This drill increases reaction speed and reduces hesitation. Shadowing practice is another powerful tool. In shadowing, students listen to a sentence and immediately repeat it aloud with the same rhythm and tone. For example, the recording says, "By next month, I will have finished the course." The student repeats it clearly and smoothly. Shadowing improves pronunciation, flow, and confidence. It also helps contractions sound natural. For example, repeating, "I'll call you later," builds fluency more effectively than silently reading it. Confidence building is central to fluency drills. Many learners hesitate because they fear mistakes. Drills create a safe practice environment where speed matters more than perfection. Over time, accuracy improves naturally. When your brain responds quickly, you stop overthinking grammar. Rhythm and flow are also important. English has stress patterns. In the sentence, "I will be working tomorrow," stress naturally falls on working and tomorrow. When speaking quickly, "I'll be working tomorrow" sounds smooth and connected. Practice saying it aloud several times until it flows comfortably. Fluency drills should be short but frequent. 5 minutes daily is more powerful than 1 hour once a week. Repeat prediction drills while walking. Practice instant decision drills during daily activities. When your phone rings, say in English, "I'll answer it." When you see rain clouds, say, "It's going to rain." Turn real life into practice. Learners from different countries often hesitate because they translate before speaking. Fluency drills reduce translation. They train direct thinking in English. Instead of thinking in your first language and converting, you respond automatically in English. That is the transition from learner to speaker. To make grammar automatic, consistency is essential. Repetition builds speed. Speed builds confidence. Confidence builds fluency. When you reach the point where you can instantly form, "By next year, I will have achieved my goal" without mental struggle, you know your training is working. Future tense becomes natural when it moves from memory into muscle. When that happens, you no longer choose structures nervously, you choose them confidently. And that confidence is what true fluency feels like. Chapter 27, Future Debates. Strong speakers do not only describe the future, they defend it. When you enter a debate about technology, education, or space exploration, you are not simply practicing grammar, you are practicing logic. Future tense becomes a tool for argument, persuasion, and critical thinking. If you can express an opinion clearly and support it with structured reasoning, your English instantly sounds more advanced and confident. Let us begin with a powerful debate question. Will AI replace jobs? A weak response might be, "Yes, it will replace jobs." That sentence is grammatically correct, but it lacks depth. A stronger response follows a clear structure. Opinion, supporting future prediction, evidence-based reasoning. For example, "I believe AI will replace some traditional jobs." Many repetitive tasks are already being automated, and companies are going to invest more in artificial intelligence systems because they reduce costs. Over the next 20 years, certain industries will have transformed significantly. Notice how different future forms work together. Will expresses opinion. Going to suggests visible evidence and current trends. Future perfect can also appear in long-term change, such as, "By 2040, many routine roles will have disappeared." This layered approach creates logical clarity. Now consider another topic. Will humans live on Mars? You might respond, I think humans will eventually live on Mars. Space agencies are investing billions of dollars, and private companies are going to continue developing advanced spacecraft. By the end of this century, scientists will have established sustainable habitats beyond Earth. This structure shows progression. The opinion is clear, the evidence is realistic. The long-term projection uses future perfect to emphasize completion. The power of debate lies in balance. You can also disagree logically. For example, although technology is advancing rapidly, humans will not permanently live on Mars soon. The costs are extremely high, and governments are going to prioritize issues on Earth. By 2050, research will have expanded, but permanent settlement may still be unrealistic. Here, you combine prediction with reasoning and future perfect to show measured analysis. Let us explore another relevant debate. Will online education dominate traditional classrooms? A thoughtful answer might be, online education will continue to grow in popularity. More universities are going to offer digital programs because students demand flexibility. However, traditional classrooms will remain important for social development. By 2035, education systems will have blended online and in-person learning models. This answer does not exaggerate. It shows nuance. Debate language requires careful tone. Avoid extreme statements without support. Instead of saying, everything will change completely, specify how and why. For example, healthcare will improve because AI systems are going to assist doctors in diagnosis. By the next decade, medical technology will have advanced beyond today's expectations. The combination of prediction and reasoning strengthens credibility. Future tense becomes powerful when linked to logic. When expressing opinion, begin clearly. I believe are, in my opinion, then follow with structured reasoning. Add an evidence-based future form using going to. Conclude with a long-term projection using future perfect or future continuous. This structure helps you sound organized in debates, presentations, or academic discussions. Interactive practice is essential. Choose one debate topic and write a short paragraph using at least 3 future forms. For example, write about climate change. Begin with your opinion using will. Support it with going to for visible evidence. Conclude with future perfect to describe long-term transformation. This exercise trains you to connect grammar with reasoning. Speaking practice is equally important. Try defending your prediction aloud. Imagine someone disagrees. Can you respond confidently? For example, I understand your point, but renewable energy will become more dominant because governments are going to invest heavily in sustainable infrastructure. By 2040, fossil fuel dependency will have decreased significantly. Notice how calm and logical that sounds. Future debates are not about arguing aggressively. They are about thinking clearly and speaking responsibly. When learners from different cultural backgrounds participate in debates, respectful tone is crucial. Express disagreement politely. For example, I see your perspective, but I believe this phrasing keeps communication constructive. These debate structures also prepare you for academic discussions, job interviews, and public speaking. Interviewers may ask, where do you see this industry in 5 years? Instead of a vague answer, provide structured reasoning. The industry will expand due to digital innovation. Companies are going to prioritize automation, and by 2030, traditional business models will have evolved. That response shows clarity and confidence. Debating the future trains your brain to organize ideas quickly. It strengthens vocabulary, logical sequencing, and tense selection. You stop thinking about grammar mechanically and start thinking about meaning. When you can express a prediction, support it with evidence, and project long-term change smoothly, your English becomes persuasive. You are not just forming sentences, you are forming arguments. And that skill transforms grammar into powerful communication. Chapter 28. Storybuilding. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine it is the year 2030. Where are you living? What are you doing every morning? Who is standing beside you? Future tense is not only grammar, it is imagination. When you learn to build stories about your future, grammar stops feeling like rules and starts feeling like power. Story building transforms structure into vision. Narrative mastery begins with ownership. Instead of speaking about random examples, speak about your life. When you say, I will start a new journey, it becomes personal. When you say, I am going to change my habits, it becomes intentional. Language becomes motivation. One powerful exercise is writing a future diary. Imagine you are writing an entry dated 5 years from now. You are describing your life as if it has already unfolded. Begin with future simple to show decisions and commitments. For example, I will start waking up early every day to focus on my health. That sentence shows determination. Then add intention, using going to, I am going to change my daily routine and focus on growth. This form communicates planning and direction. Now deepen the narrative using future perfect. By next year, I will have achieved my first major goal. Notice how powerful that sounds. It places your success before a future point. It feels real and structured. Then add future continuous to describe the process. This time next year, I will be working on a project that excites me. Future continuous paints a moving picture. It shows life in action, not just results. When you combine these structures, your story gains dimension. For example, I will start learning new skills this month. I am going to improve my communication abilities step by step. By the end of this year, I will have built strong confidence. I will be working in an environment that challenges me positively. Each structure plays a role. Simple future expresses commitment. Going to expresses intention. Future perfect expresses achievement. Future continuous expresses ongoing growth. Vision board speaking practice strengthens this skill even more. Imagine describing your life in 2030. Speak aloud as if you are already there. In 2030, I will be living in a city that inspires me. I will be working in a field I truly enjoy. By that time, I will have completed advanced training in my profession. I am going to continue growing personally and professionally. Speaking in this way trains fluency and belief simultaneously. Confidence grows when you hear your own voice expressing clear direction. That is why recording yourself is powerful. Choose a quiet space. Speak for 2 minutes about your future. Use at least one example of each future structure. Listen back. Do you sound confident? Are your sentences flowing naturally? Re-record until your rhythm improves. This process builds both grammar mastery and speaking presence. Story building also helps with fluency because it forces you to connect ideas. Instead of isolated sentences, you create a narrative. For example, I will start my day with gratitude. I am going to prioritize my goals carefully. By next year, I will have established a balanced routine. I will be helping others achieve their dreams as well. Notice how the sentences connect logically. They form a personal vision. This technique works across cultures and regions. Whether you are a student in Europe planning your career, a professional in India preparing for advancement, a learner in South Korea focusing on global opportunities, or someone in the USA setting long-term goals, future storytelling makes English practical. It connects grammar with aspiration. Another creative approach is writing a letter from your future self. Imagine you are 5 years older. Write, you will overcome challenges. You are going to discover strengths you never knew you had. By this time next year, you will have achieved more than you expect. This method combines encouragement with structure. Narrative mastery also improves IELTS performance, job interviews, and presentations. When asked about future goals, you will not struggle for words. You will naturally combine structures. Your answer will sound complete and thoughtful. Grammar transforms into empowerment when it becomes a tool for vision. Instead of memorizing formulas, you are shaping your direction. Future tense allows you to declare intention, describe progress, and celebrate achievement before it happens. When learners practice story building consistently, hesitation fades, confidence grows, sentences become smoother. Most importantly, language begins to reflect identity. You are not just saying what will happen, you are declaring what you choose to create. Future tense, used creatively, becomes more than grammar. It becomes clarity. It becomes motivation. It becomes ownership of tomorrow. Chapter 29. Master Practice Lab. This is where everything comes together. No more isolated rules. No more single examples. This stage is about integration. If you can move through this practice lab confidently, you are no longer just learning future tense, you are controlling it. The goal here is intensity, clarity, and automatic response. Begin with 20 mixed sentences. Read each one carefully and decide which future structure fits best before looking at the explanation. Imagine you are in a live class and you must answer quickly. The sky is dark. It rained. Think evidence. I think she passed the exam. Think opinion. By next month we complete the project. Think completion before a future point. This time tomorrow I travel to Seoul. Think action in progress at a future time. If you study hard, you succeed. Think first conditional. Continue this mental challenge with variations like, I just decided. I call him now, we meet the manager at 10 a.m. tomorrow by 2035. Renewable energy replace many fossil fuels and she be working late tonight. Each sentence requires selection based on meaning, not memory. Now move into error correction. Correct the mistakes mentally before reading the proper version. If it will rain, we will stay home. Remove will from the if clause. When I will arrive, I will call you. Correct the time clause, I will going to apply. Fix the structure, she will has finished. Adjust the auxiliary, I am will travel. Remove the extra verb. This process strengthens awareness of patterns. Accuracy grows when you recognize why an error happens. Fill in the blank exercises deepen control. Complete these in your mind. By next year, I have improved my English. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. I 20 be studying. I think technology continue evolving. We meaty going to move next month. If she practices daily, she get better. Each blank requires careful thought. Ask yourself what time signal appears. Is there evidence? Is it intention? Is it prediction? Rewrite exercises add flexibility. Transform a sentence into a different future form. Change I will finish the report into future perfect with a deadline. Change I am going to start a course into a scheduled arrangement. Transform I will help you into a conditional sentence. This builds adaptability. When you can reshape ideas across structures, mastery begins to form. Speaking transformation tasks bring everything to life. Say aloud, tomorrow I will wake up early. Now expand it using 3 structures. Tomorrow I will wake up early. I am going to focus on productivity. By tomorrow evening I will have completed my tasks. Feel the shift. Notice how meaning grows. Combine conditionals with future forms for deeper integration. If I continue practicing, I will improve. Expand it. If I continue practicing, I will improve significantly, and by next year I will have reached an advanced level. That layered thinking demonstrates strong command. Full integration requires planning across different time frames. Speak about tomorrow using at least 2 future forms. Tomorrow I am meeting my colleague in the morning. I will prepare my presentation in the afternoon. Now plan next year. Next year I am going to pursue additional training. By the end of the year I will have gained new certifications. Move to a 5-year goal. In 5 years I will be working in a leadership role. By that time I will have built extensive experience. Finally, describe a major life milestone. When I reach that milestone, I will celebrate with my family and I will continue setting new goals. Pause and evaluate yourself. Honestly. Can you form all future structures without hesitation? Can you choose correctly based on context? Can you avoid common errors such as using will in time clauses? Can you speak fluently without long pauses? Self-assessment is not about criticism. It is about awareness. Confidence grows when you see your improvement clearly. Compare your current responses to your first attempts. Notice how your sentences are longer, smoother, and more accurate. That progress matters. Mastery does not mean perfection, it means control. It means you understand when to use will for instant decisions, going to for intention, future continuous for action in progress, future perfect for completion, and future perfect continuous for duration. It means you can combine conditionals naturally. When grammar becomes choice-based and flexible, you stop guessing. You begin speaking with intention. This integrated practice lab is the bridge between learning and mastery. If you can complete these drills confidently, you are very close to full control of future tense in real communication. And once you reach that point, grammar stops being a rulebook. It becomes a skill you can rely on anytime, anywhere. Chapter 30. Future Mastery. You have walked through structure, meaning, comparison, correction, fluency drills, debates, storytelling, academic use, exam preparation, and real-life integration. Now everything must come together clearly in your mind. Mastery does not mean memorizing every rule perfectly. It means you understand choice. It means when you speak about tomorrow, next year, or the next decade, you choose naturally and confidently. Let us consolidate everything calmly and clearly. Start with will. This structure expresses instant decisions, promises, opinions, and predictions without direct evidence. I will call you Mimi. I think she will succeed. It is flexible and powerful, but it must not be overused. It shows choice, reaction, and belief. Now review going to this form expresses intention and evidence-based prediction. I am going to start exercising. That means you already decided. Look at those clouds. It's going to rain. That shows visible evidence. Going to is about plan and proof. Present continuous with future meaning expresses arrangement. I am meeting the manager tomorrow. This usually means the plan is fixed. There is often a time, place, or confirmation involved. It feels organized and scheduled. Present simple for future expresses timetables and fixed events. The train leaves at 7 a.m., school starts next Monday. These events are not personal decisions, they are official schedules. That is why we use present simple instead of will. Future continuous describes an action in progress at a future time. This time tomorrow I will be traveling. It paints a moving picture. It also softens questions. Will you be using the car tonight? That sounds polite and less direct. Future perfect expresses completion before a future point. By next year I will have completed my degree. It connects a future deadline with achievement. It is structured and goal-focused. Future perfect continuous emphasizes duration before a future point. By 2030 I will have been working here for 10 years. It focuses on how long something will continue up to that moment. It highlights commitment and persistence. Conditional usage connects future results with present conditions. If you practice, you will improve. Notice that the if clause uses present simple. No will in that clause. This structure shows logical consequence. Time clauses follow a similar rule. I will call you when I arrive. Not when I will arrive. After connectors like when, before, after, as soon as, and until, we use present simple for future meaning. This is one of the most common mistakes globally, and you now know how to avoid it. Mastery means you do not see these forms as separate boxes. You see them as tools. For example, planning a journey could include every structure naturally. I will book my tickets tonight. I am going to visit my family next month. I am meeting them at the airport at 6 p.m. The flight leaves at 8 p.m. This time tomorrow I will be flying across the ocean. By next week I will have settled into my new environment. By the end of the year I will have been living there for 12 months. That is integration. Now comes your final challenge. Prepare a 2-minute speech titled My Future Journey. Do not read, speak naturally. Include intention, prediction, arrangement, and completion. For example, in the coming years I will focus on developing my skills. I am going to continue learning and improving daily. By next year I will have completed advanced training in my field. This time next year I will be working with more confidence. If I stay consistent, I will achieve my goals. When I reach those milestones, I will celebrate and set new ones. Record yourself delivering this speech. Listen carefully. Are you hesitating? Are you using a variety of structures? Do your sentences flow smoothly? Fluency comes when grammar stops interrupting your thoughts. Remember something important. Grammar is not a test to fear, it is a tool to express vision. It helps you speak about dreams, responsibilities, predictions, and achievements clearly. When you understand future tense deeply, you gain the ability to communicate ambition and planning with precision. Learners across the USA, Europe, India, South Korea, and beyond all share one common goal: to speak confidently about what lies ahead. Future tense allows you to discuss career goals, academic plans, technological predictions, and personal growth without confusion. Mastery is not about perfection. It is about clarity and control. When someone asks you about your plans, you no longer panic. You respond calmly. You choose the correct structure. You express yourself fully. You began with simple awareness of what future means. You now understand nuance, comparison, time markers, conditionals, debates, professional writing, storytelling, and fluency drills. That journey matters. Grammar should empower you, not intimidate you. It should open doors, not create anxiety. When you use future tense confidently, you are not just speaking about tomorrow, you are shaping it with clarity. This is not the end of learning, it is the beginning of confident communication. Use these structures daily. Speak about tomorrow with purpose. Speak about next year with structure. Speak about your future journey with belief. Chapter 31. Present, Past, and Future Compared. Think of English tenses as a timeline of your life. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow are not just words. They are directions. Present tense tells us what is happening now, or what is generally true. Past tense tells us what already happened. Future tense tells us what will happen, or what we expect to happen. When you clearly understand the difference between present, past, and future, grammar stops feeling confusing. It becomes logical. Let us begin with the present tense. Present simple is used for habits, routines, and general truths. For example, I work every day. She lives in New York. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. These sentences describe facts or repeated actions. Present continuous, on the other hand, describes actions happening now. I am studying. They are playing. The key idea in present tense is connection to now or to general reality. Now move to the past tense. Past simple describes completed actions. I worked yesterday. She visited her friend. They finished the project. The action started and ended in the past. Past continuous describes an action that was in progress at a specific time in the past. I was studying at 8 p.m. Past perfect describes an action completed before another past action. I had finished before she arrived. The focus of past tense is memory. It tells the story of what already happened. Future tense focuses on what has not happened yet. Future simple uses will. I will work tomorrow. She will visit her friend. They will finish the project. It often expresses prediction or instant decision. Going to expresses intention. I am going to work tomorrow. Future continuous shows action in progress at a future time. I will be studying at 8 p.m. Future perfect expresses completion before a future point. I will have finished by 6 p.m. Future tense is about planning, predicting, and imagining. Now let us compare these tenses side by side. Consider one example verb, study. Present simple, I study English. Past simple, I studied English. Future simple, I will study English. The verb form changes depending on time reference. In present simple, we often add s for third person. In past simple, regular verbs add id. In future simple, we add will plus the base verb. Consider a continuous example. Present continuous, I am studying. Past continuous, I was studying. Future continuous, I will be studying. Notice how the structure changes with the auxiliary verb. Present uses am is are, past uses was where, future uses will be. Understanding this pattern makes learning easier. Now compare perfect tenses. Present perfect, I have finished. Past perfect, I had finished. Future perfect, I will have finished. Each perfect tense connects two times. Present perfect connects past action to now. Past perfect connects two past actions. Future perfect connects future action to a future reference point. Time expressions help you choose correctly. Words like every day, usually, and always often signal present simple. Words like yesterday, last year, and ago signal past simple. Words like tomorrow, next week, and by 2030 signal future forms. However, remember that context matters. Sometimes present tense talks about the future, such as the train leaves at 6 p.m. Let us examine meaning differences. If you say, I work, it describes a routine. If you say, I worked, it describes a completed past action. If you say, I will work, it describes a plan or prediction. Each tense changes the timeline of your sentence. Many learners confuse present perfect and past simple. For example, I have visited Paris versus I visited Paris last year. The first does not specify time, the second does. Understanding this difference strengthens your control over time reference. Another common confusion appears between past and future perfect. I had finished before she arrived refers to two past events. I will have finished before she arrives refers to future completion before another future event. The structure looks similar, but the timeline is different. When you compare all three timeframes together, you see that English is systematic. Present connects to now. Past connects to before now. Future connects to after now. Continuous forms describe actions in progress. Perfect forms describe completed actions connected to another point in time. Practice comparing sentences aloud. I am working today. I worked yesterday. I will work tomorrow. Feel how the verb shifts. Say, I was studying at 8 p.m. Then say, I will be studying at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Notice how only the auxiliary changes. Confidence grows when you understand that tense is about time and structure working together. Present shows reality or habit. Past shows memory. Future shows intention or prediction. For learners in different countries and educational systems, the challenge is often not understanding meaning, but choosing structure quickly. The key is pattern recognition. Ask yourself, is this about now, before now, or after now? Is the action completed or ongoing? Is there a deadline? When you master comparison, grammar becomes logical instead of overwhelming. You stop memorizing separate rules, you start seeing connections. Present, past, and future are not isolated topics, they are parts of one timeline. Language gives you the power to describe what is, what was, and what will be. Once you understand how to move confidently across that timeline, you control your communication completely. Before you go, pause and truly appreciate the progress you've made. You are not the same learner who started this lesson. You understand more. You speak with more awareness. And most importantly, you are building confidence step by step. Keep practicing daily. Keep using these structures in real life, and never let grammar intimidate you again. Your fluency is growing, and your voice deserves to be heard. Stay committed, stay focused, and keep moving forward. Thanks for watching.